Good evening. This is Russ Tanner, and it is September 14th, 2015. And this is Global Skywatch Radio. Tonight, we're going to talk about things that we've been wanting to talk about for a long time. We're also going to talk about things that you may have questions about. We're going to delve in a little deeper than we normally do, if you're interested, but you have to show interest. First, we want to start off tonight with any announcements that anybody has. If you are on the phone lines right now and you can hear me, please, if you have an announcement, call in. The phone number is 605-562-3140, and you'll need a call-in code, which is 156230. You can get all this information from globalskywatch.com/live. Please call in if you have an announcement or if you'd like to chat. I want to hear from you before we get started, any announcements that we have. I do want to talk about an event coming up. I believe it's this Wednesday. I'm going to look it up right now. If anybody's on the phone line right now and you have an announcement, please speak up now. It's your time. Anyone? I know we have an upcoming event I want to share with you. Let me look this up really quickly. I believe it's coming up on Wednesday. I'm trying to look it up here real quick and see if I can find it. Yes, anybody online who'd like to speak?
Hello?
Hello, who are we speaking with?
Gary.
Hey, Gary, how's it going?
Okay.
All right.
I'm here.
All right, appreciate that, Gary. We have an upcoming event this Wednesday. Does anybody know what this event is? I'm looking for the event page for it right now. If you know what it is or know what it's about, please hop on and help me out here. Is it the California event?
Yeah, this was in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, what's his name? Governor Brown. I think I posted it on your. I'm pretty sure you probably couldn't find it. You probably had to do a search for it. Because it was last week I posted it on your West Tanner page.
Okay.
I'll try to look for it.
All right, please do. I'm looking for it right now on the Global Skywatch Facebook page. If anybody else has announcements or you want to chat, we're going to start off with that, and then we'll get into our subject in a few minutes. Please go ahead and speak now. I'd like to hear from you.
All right.
Yeah.
I wanted to let you in on the lady that did the Cocoa Beach protest.
Yeah.
She wanted to do a GoFundMe page for a billboard, and they're looking for a billboard somewhere on 95 and on the east coast of on the east coast of Florida. See if there's an available billboard. They want to put a geoengineering billboard up in Florida. I think it'll be the first one.
Excellent. Okay. If anyone would like, on the Global Skywatch website, take a look at the live stream right now. We have a place where there are projects. Just go to globalskywatch.com and look at the projects page here. Let me just pull this up here. Go to projects right here. And we have projects here, or you can actually post it yourself if you want to. Just click on this link right here, and it goes to our forum where you can have your own project listed here, and you can have your own forum and coordinate your project on that forum. So if that's something you'd like to see or you'd like to do, let me know. Otherwise, we can actually make a page for it in our projects section, which is right here. I have so much to say about geoengineering, chemtrails, whatever you want to call it. It's the largest crime against humanity in human history. I can smell it and taste it. I suffer every day because of it. I have watched the sky all my life. I know that these engines do not create trails on their own unless they have special equipment and they are injecting stuff into the atmosphere. I've lived in, watched, flown, traveled everywhere, and in all of this traveling that I've done, I've never seen a trail come out of a high bypass turbofan engine. Now, 49 out of 50 jets you see in the sky all have trails, and none of them coming in and out of airports have trails. Why is that? Well, the disinformationalists will tell you that's because they're not flying at a high enough altitude and the air is not cold enough. However, all of the chemtrails we saw for the first 5 years were all at very low altitudes, and they weren't leaving trails. I've never seen a trail come out of an engine, a high bypass turbofan, except for a faint black carbon soot that you see emitted from high bypass turbofans that are burning kerosene-based jet fuel. Same thing out of helicopters. They use the engines work almost identically as helicopters. They burn jet fuel, helicopters do, and you don't see them leaving trails either. All right, if there's anybody on the console who'd like to speak, talk, now's your time. Speak up, let us know what's going on, please.
This is Steve Chamberlain from the Kiski, Alaska. How are you?
Steve, good to hear from you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I haven't talked to you in a while, and originally when I first woke up to this back in January of 2014, your radio show, or actually finding geological radio on your site, was my beginning. So you're a big part of my awakening, and I just wanted to thank you and remind people of my video that's on YouTube.
Why don't you tell people about your video? Tell people about it a little bit.
Well, I've never made a YouTube video in my life, but I finally buckled down. I've been telling people I was going to do this for a year. I finally made a video. It's 14 minutes long, and it just tells people what I'm doing here at my restaurant. I own a pizza restaurant here in Nikiski, Alaska, and I started out by putting the website on pizza boxes 14 months ago. No, more than that now, 18 months ago. And I haven't stopped, and I won't stop until the spring stops. And that's what I'm telling people in my video. And I urge people to take my video and find it to your local pizza shop there. There's an independent pizza shop in every town in the country. Get to people to tell them what's going on. And I started out by putting the website on pizza boxes 15 months ago. More than that now, 18 months ago. And I haven't stopped, and I won't stop until the spring stops. And that's what I'm telling people in my video. And I urge people to take my video. There's an independent job on every town and Hello?
Steve, are you still on with us?
I got some background coming back, Russ. I think it might be through Eddie's line.
Oh, okay. All right. I hear a lot of some feedback coming through one of the phone lines. Go ahead, Steve.
I'll try to continue.
Yep.
So I made this video, and it tells people how I'm doing this with my pizza boxes, with my sign out on the highway. In my bathrooms here at the restaurant, I have information and flyers along with the website right there where they can take a strip, has the website on it, and take it home with them. And I think if we get this out to enough people, to enough restaurant owners, pizza shop owners, and they all make a commitment, it'll stop the spraying. Because there's one in every town, and we just got to reach out to them and educate them, and then tell them we'll help them do it. Watch my video, you can see it's really cheap to make these little strips of paper and get one on every box, and it's real easy. So I urge people to take a look and pass it on, pass my video on. My first one and probably my only one, so just wanted to get that out there.
That's awesome. I really appreciate what you're doing. Steve, it's great to hear from you again, because I know you called in on the Geoengineering Watch radio all the time. It was really great to hear from you every week and hear what was going on. When I was down,
I traveled down and met Bain last fall. Went through his presentation, A Clear and Present Danger, Geoengineering, A Clear and Present Danger. I met Bain, and I met several other activists, Alan Buckman and Francis Mangles, and it was just an incredible event, and it was good to be with people, like-minded people, and it really gave me the push I needed to keep in this fight every day. And that's another part of this. Find ways to be active every day. And that's what I've done. 5 days a week, I'm putting it on pizza boxes, and it's on my sign. But every day I find a way to be active. Or luckily, I've found a way that works well with my business that I can be active every day. And that's what people need to do. Find a way that fits into your life. It can be simple and cheap, but find a way that you can get the word out. And that's what I'm trying to do, is urge people to do that.
and
I woke up to this thing in 2014 officially, January 14, but I saw the trails as early as 2008. A trip to South Carolina, first day I was there, the sky was littered with these trails. Immediately I knew something was terribly, terribly wrong. I mean, I felt it in my gut, and I said, what the hell is going on? To our whole family, my sisters, my mother, my wife, and nieces and nephews, and I'm screaming at them and screaming at the sky. I remember it clearly. I remember questioning them for a few days while I was there. But after that trip in 2008, I came back to Alaska, and I went into denial for 6 years. Complete, uncontrollable. My mind said, no, Steve, you cannot accept what you're seeing. And I didn't. I didn't see trails for a long time. But then the weather started changing really drastically here. It got really warm in the winters, and I started seeing the trails again. And then I decided I wanted to know what was going on. And it took me a while. But luckily I found Global Skywatch first. And then I found Geoengineering Watch. And immediately I stepped into action, because life in denial was tough. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows the first time they see these trails in the sky, something's wrong. And most of us go into denial almost immediately. That's the way our brains work. And we all need to accept that. I've accepted it. I'll admit it. My brain said, no, Steve, you cannot accept what you're seeing in the sky. That's what happened. Luckily, I pulled out of it with the help of Dane and with the help of you and Greg Palin. You guys woke me up. And I'm going to continue on until my last breath, every day in this fight.
That's awesome. I really appreciate so much what you're doing, Steve. And I know when I was down in Philly, you sent me a T-shirt and you sent me a pizza box. And in fact, I've got your video up on the stream right now. And for those,
I saw you put it up on your website. Thank you. And anybody else who wants to put it up, put it on your website. Get it out there. Get it out there to everybody. And email it to your pizza shop. If people are listening, and then tell your friends, people who are listening to the show, tell your friends to do the same. Email my video or send it to them somehow. Find the email for the pizza shop in your town and just send it to them. And maybe they'll wake up immediately and join the fight. It's had good response so far. Really good comments, and the views are growing slowly, but that part doesn't matter. I just want everybody to see it and see if it'll work.
Absolutely. For those who want to take a look at it, you can find Steve's video at globalskywatch.com. Click on this link up here under reference called Personal Chemtrail Stories, and then look in the left sidebar, fourth item down, says Steve Chamberlain, the pizza guy. Click on that, and right here you'll see his video right here. And let's look at little clips. Okay if I show a little clip, Steve?
That's fine. Yeah, go right ahead.
All right, let me see. Let me make sure my audio's set right so that everybody will be able to hear it. Let me make sure I've got... yeah, it should work. Let me see if we've got it set right.
My name is Steve Chamberlain, and I'm the owner of Charlie's Pizza here in Nikiski, Alaska. I'm making this video today to show you what I'm doing to raise awareness of geoengineering or climate engineering. The first time I saw these trails in the sky was in the spring of 2008 when my family and I traveled to South Carolina to visit my sisters and my mother, and nieces and nephews. The first day that we were there, we were headed up to the golf course. I saw this giant X in the sky, very defined, thick trails, obviously causing this X in the sky. It's something I had never seen before in my life. I had concern, I had a sick feeling in my gut when I saw it. It was quite intense. By the time I got to the first tee, I saw a jet, actively spraying another trail. I watched this thing go completely across from horizon to horizon, leaving a big, thick trail. And the sickness I felt in my gut got even deeper. By the time we were to the third or fourth hole, the sky was completely littered with these trails, running in all directions, mixing and spreading. It was really quite disturbing. I remember questioning everyone on the first tee. My sisters were there, my mother, my wife, and some other friends, and several people standing on the first tee. And I looked up and I looked at everybody and I said, "What the hell is going on?" I said, "What are they spraying? What are they spraying in the sky? What is this?" And they looked at me like I was crazy. It was unbelievable. Like I said, I knew. I think everyone knows right away when they saw this the first time. Everyone knew something was terribly wrong, and that's what leads me to cognitive dissonance. I went back to Alaska after my trip. It was in 2008. We went to South Carolina. Come back to Alaska, and until the winter of 2013-14, I was in complete denial, suffering from a condition known as cognitive dissonance. Something so fearful entered my reality. It wasn't even reality. I mean, I couldn't accept it. It was something with so much fear into me that my brain said, "No, you cannot accept this." So for 6 years, I didn't see trails. Maybe they weren't here as much as they were down there. But so in the winter of 2014, I started to see the trails again, and the weather here was changing drastically. Very anomalous winter, very warm, very little snow, rain. I've been here 20 years. I've never seen anything like it. Last year, the winter was much the same, if not worse, and I expect this year will be much the same. So in January 2014, it was all starting to come back, and I wanted to know what was going on. Starting to make the connection, thinking about the trails and the weather. So I used the word that the public uses, most of the public, for these trails in the sky. You all know what it is, so I won't use the word. I'm not going to say it. I typed it in my computer, and for 2 weeks, I'm getting lied to. I spent 2 weeks searching, trying to find the truth, and I knew I was reading lies and deception. I just knew it, but I couldn't find the truth. Like I said, it took a couple weeks before I found the word geoengineering. I searched the word geoengineering, and I came up with geoengineeringwatch.org and globalskywatch.com. My life changed that day. Everything changed. Immediately, I became active in this fight. I had finally found the truth. I found people who were active in this fight every day, trying to wake people up. I really couldn't believe that I didn't accept it sooner. I didn't search it sooner.
All right, well, there's a great 4.5 minute clip from Steve's video. Steve, you still with us?
Thank you. Yeah, and then the rest of the video is just me showing people around the restaurant some of the stuff I've got on the walls, and like I said, the bathrooms, and of course my sign out front. But that part you played right there was basically my awakening and what got me started in this fight every day. So thanks again. I really appreciate you guys. So one day I'll shake your hand, Russ Tanner. One day I'll meet you. You are a true hero of humanity, and you're the one that woke me up, basically. I love your chemtrail story. I love everybody's that you put on there. I've been through all of them now. There's some really good stuff there.
Thank you. You're way too kind, Steve. One day
it was tough being. I'm sorry. It was tough being in denial for all that time, but it's easier when you face this thing head on. If you're one of those people listening today and you're still wondering, is this real or not? It's real, and you have to face it head on, because the pain you feel in denial, and I know everybody's feeling it, it's horrible. You have to face this thing head on. You have to feel like you're doing something for the common good every day. So I urge people to really, if you're still not sure, today's your day to wake up. And then pass my video on. So I'm going to let you go, Russ. Thank you.
Hey, absolutely. My pleasure. I'm showing a few stills from your photo right now. You've got people walking in when they walk past your little blackboard or the bench where people wait to be seated. You've got all just plastered with material there, so who knows how many...
Yeah, you can't eat at Charlie's Pizza without getting some sort of awakening. Anywhere you look, anywhere you turn, you're getting smacked in the face with it. So it works. I watch people's faces when they come in here. I see the fear on their faces when they look at my wall with all the pictures and all the patents and test results. People, their faces turn white. They hang there like they're totally in shock. And then when somebody walks up to them, and kind of nudges them or says hello, they like turn and smile real big. They snap out of it, and then they walk out the door. And I don't know how they do it, but a lot of them stay in their denial. But I watch them every day. I watch people wake up looking at that wall, at least get something in them to let them know that, boy, everybody's seeing this on this wall, and they got to think. Everybody must be thinking about this spraying thing, and of course they are. A lot of us just had it hidden away. It was so horrible we couldn't accept it.
Yeah.
Thanks again, Ross.
You got it.
Again soon.
Hey, thank you for all you do. It's great hearing from you. Hope to hear from you again, and keep up the great work. I hope people are inspired. I'm showing more pictures right now of your restaurant and all the materials you have all over, and I hope people are inspired.
I'll get you some new ones. I'll email you some new photos, maybe some new sign shots. I change that sign regularly, but it's always got the website on it. Always, every day. So.
Oh, that's awesome, Steve.
Thanks, Russ. I'm going to go.
That is great. Okay, you take care of yourself. Thank you for all you're doing. Look at these shots of his restaurant. Look at this blackboard. When people walk past it, they get to see what's really going on in the sky. This is awesome. This just is a demonstration of what we can do when we get together and we want to make a difference. Steve is doing a great job. He's using every opportunity he has up there in Alaska to make it happen. Thank you, Steve. Great hearing from you. About that event, I am so sorry. I'm trying to juggle here. I'm going to look for that. This might be the event I'm looking for. Let me take a look here. All right, we've got September 21st. This is one announcement I want to make. September 21st is 7 o'clock Pacific time. We have Playing God with Planet Earth, a documentary showing. This is on the 21st of this month, 2015, 12629. In fact, let me show this event information here on the screen. Okay, if you're looking at the live stream, here's the event information, September 21st, 7 o'clock, 12629 McCourtney Road, Grass Valley, California. This is a showing of Playing God with Planet Earth. So if somebody asked me to make this announcement, so also let me show you the... it'll be hard for me to actually give you the Facebook link over the stream, but nevertheless, you can do a search for it and find this on Facebook. And Gary, you still with us?
Hello?
Yeah, you still with us, Gary?
Yeah, I'm still having trouble looking for that September 16th.
I am so bummed because it was all over the wall, over and over and over again for the last several days, and I never... Oh, I think I may have found it. Let me see. I didn't
Might be
take...
easier for you to find it than me, because I have the phone and you have the computer. It might be easier for you to do the search.
Yeah. Do you know what state it's in? Let me do a page search for the state.
California, Sacramento. I'm sorry, Sacramento, California.
Aha, I think I may have found it.
Supposed to be Bobby.
There it is.
Sorry, not Bobby.
There it is. Okay, good. Found it. I'm so
Brown.
glad, because I know I told some people that I would show it here. All right, protest in Sacramento. It's on your video screen right now. It is called Protest in Sacramento to Demand Governor Jerry Brown to Put a Stop to Geoengineering. Let me zoom in on the important stuff. September 16th, which I believe is this Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, September 16th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific Time. California State Capitol, 1315 10th Street, Sacramento, California, 95814. The detail description for this event reads as follows. We have created this event page so that it will invite every member in our group. The actual event was created by another activist to whom we owe much gratitude. We need as many people as possible from our group to show up at this event. If you need a sign, I will have extras with me from our last protest event. Okay, so check this event out. Go to this event page. Do a search for this event page. If you have questions, you can ask those people who are there. All right, I've got one person muted because we're getting a lot of background noise, but I'm going to unmute you. And if you have anything to say, please speak up on the console. If you want to know the console phone number, please call Global Sky. Please visit globalskywatch.com/live. And I see people that I know speaking French in the chat room. That's interesting. Good to have Steve on tonight. Gary, any reports from Tampa before we go on?
No, not at the moment, no.
Okay, good. And you doing okay down there? Any news, heavy spraying lately, or how's it been going?
Yeah, they've been spraying. It rained yesterday, but today they made sure it didn't rain today. I could see they were engineering it. I did take pictures of it, but that's pretty much it for that for Tampa.
Just another typical day of spraying, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But it's been all over, not just Tampa. I have people in Orlando, and even the lady from Spring Hill, not far from your neighborhood.
Oh, very familiar with Spring Hill. Been up there many times. Yep.
She said it was a beautiful day, and then she went back outside to go look, and then she started seeing trails in the sky. She spoke too soon, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it usually goes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll let you go.
Thanks, Gary. Good hearing your voice again. Thanks for what you're doing down there in Tampa.
You're welcome.
All right, those who are in the room, I know we talked about what's in the minds of the elites tonight. You know, I struggled a great deal wondering how in-depth to cover this because there are many documentaries that go into detail on this subject and cover it very well, very thoroughly, document everything, and I'm wondering just how much time and how much work I should put into documenting it when there are videos out there that do a really good job of doing that for us. If anybody wants to call in, you can call in and speak up at any time. I'll leave the phone lines unmuted and open unless there's a lot of noise in the time being. I'd love to hear from you if you want to just speak up anytime. You know, I always wonder if it's a good idea or how in-depth I should get into what is in the minds of the elite. But the interesting thing is that I get so many requests to go into this. I don't consider myself a seasoned expert on this subject, but I do know that I've studied it more than the vast majority of people have. I've been in this for a long time. I've also looked at this from a perspective that is different than many of the people who are in this. I guess I'm going to just start talking about this. If you do want to call in, I'm going to give you the number. It's one more time. You can call in and join me, ask questions, or contribute information at any time. I'm going to paste the number into the chat room right now. I just did. And for those who are listening only, 605-570-8255. 1562 3140. I said 9 before. That was a mistake. 3140. The access code is 156230. There's so much I could cover about this, and I just sometimes have a hard time getting started because I don't know where to start. And I kind of want reassurance to know that people really want to talk about this. What is going on in the heads of those people who spray us? What do they believe? Why would they do something like this? I guess I'm going to start just by saying, look at your hand. Move your hand. Look at it while you move it. And what I'm going to do on the phone console is I want to hear from you. Join in anytime, just to keep background noise down. I'm going to turn on question and answer mode. So if you want to make a statement at any time, just press *6 on your phone, and it will signal me that you want to talk, and I'll let you in. I'd love to hear from you. Don't be shy. Speak up anytime.
Q&A session started.
Okay. Remember, press *6 at any time you want to talk. I do want to hear from you. Love to talk to you about this subject. Look at your hand. Move your hand. Don't you ever think or wonder how amazing this creation is that you're living in right now? This is your car that gets you through this life. This is your body. You have tendons that connect to muscles. The muscles are operated by electrical signals. Those electrical signals are fired from your brain. They're controlled. And as you are born into this world and you grow up, you start to learn how to operate this body. And it takes a while for you to gain the coordination that you need to do it effectively. This is something I did when I was young. I really thought about how this was put together because it's way beyond me. And I thought whoever did this was genius, was really, 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 really smart. Now, last week I made a statement, and I'll tie this all in a little bit. And again, if you want to talk, press *6 on your phone. I've got somebody here who'd like to say something, so I'm going to bring you in. Hi, caller. Who do we have on?
Hey, Russ. It's Mike here in Delaware. How are you doing?
Hey, Mike. I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
Yeah, same. Hanging in there. I had an observation I wanted to share with you. I actually sent it to you through Facebook, but I thought it was just interesting. I won't take up a lot of time, but one thing I've been noticing on days that there is not a lot of spray going on, if you go on NOAA, NOAA, on their weather forecast page, you just notice the icons. Some days they say sunny, some days they say mostly sunny. Particularly the days that they say sunny, sometimes there's little bits of clouds in the icon. Other days there's none. You can tell the days ahead of time that they're going to spray or not spray if it says sunny and there's nothing. It's just a clear, just picture of the sunshine. The days that you know they're going to spray, it'll say sunny, but there'll be clouds on the picture as well. And I noticed that the last few months, and kind of confirmed it this past week. I looked at it the other day, and it said for today that it was going to be sunny. No clouds, no anything. Today was a blue sky like we haven't had in months. And it says that for the next 2 or 3 days here that it's going to be sunny. So I'll observe and see what happens. But likewise, it says it at nighttime. It says clear. I don't remember the last time I saw a forecast where it said clear. It usually says fair, or it says partly cloudy or something like that. And then you usually have trails, or you can tell it's just, it's man-made clouds. So it was just an interesting observation that I had made over the course of a few months, and I kind of wanted to share that with you guys.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Mike. I actually have the graphic from the forecast that you sent to me on the stream right now.
Yeah, that was our forecast as of about dinner time or so.
Uh-huh. Interesting. So you're going to see if this pattern holds up?
I certainly am, and so far it has been. I mean, I noticed it earlier this year, and I check it pretty much every day, so I know how to plan my week. And I started noticing that, I don't know, maybe late last year, and I didn't really think much of it. I just thought it was funny that some days it said sunny, and the next day it would say sunny, but the same graphic had clouds in the picture, but it was the same forecast. And I started putting two and two together, and I realized, hey, this is, their quote forecast, or planned weather rather, is the days that there's a few clouds in there, there's planes going overhead with trails. And I haven't seen a trail. I mean, today I haven't seen any trails. Yesterday was kind of a cloudy day, but we didn't have anything. It was bright blue skies as far as the eye could see, which is very unusual here.
Wow. Well, that's interesting. Wow. I appreciate that observation. I hope you report back, let us know how it goes.
Yeah, I absolutely will. Just a heads up, maybe everybody else can keep an eye on that from different parts of the country. I'm guessing it's probably the same thing, but it's, it's a National Weather Service site, NOAA, NOAA.com or .gov, I think it is. So you can just put in your zip code and find out what the weather is in your area, and it'll come up with the same exact graphics for everybody, I'm thinking. So that's pretty much all I had to add. I just wanted to share that with everyone, and I'll let you get on with everything else here.
Hey, Mike, thanks a lot. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for keeping me updated. Thanks for sending that message to me.
No problem. Thank you for all you do. I try to keep in touch with you and listen every week. I have my son, he's almost a year old, so that takes up a lot of my time, but I try not to miss the show, so.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad you're here. Thanks a lot for that. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Russ. I'm going to mute myself again here.
All right. Very good. All right. Anybody who I see another caller on, I'll unmute you in a second. Those who call into the call-in line, you can get the phone numbers from globalskywatch.com/live. When you want to speak, you just press *6 on your phone, and that puts a little flag up letting me know you want to talk. So I'm going to put the next caller on now. Hello, caller. Who are we speaking with?
Hi, this is John Leffler from La Crosse, Wisconsin.
John, how you doing? Seen you a lot online. How are you doing?
I've been doing pretty good. Health has been actually pretty good the past 3 or 4 days. Late spring, like the last caller was referring to. I said to a friend of mine just yesterday, pretty much the exact thing that he pointed out as far as the sky went. I said, I have not seen the sky this blue, this nice color of darker blue in so many years. I almost forgot what it looked like. It was refreshing. Not short-lived, but refreshing. I think that we can certainly with the activism, getting that wrapped up, that we can turn things around. We pretty much have to. It's a no-brainer that it's either get the geoengineering to stop, or we're all going to be stopped at some point.
Yeah.
Our lives are going to be shortened considerably. There were a few things I wanted to point out. I don't recall if I mentioned last time, or actually the first time, and last time that I called in recently, a way to get it known in your area. Somebody mentioned the billboards. I looked that up on globalskywatch.org. I think that's an excellent way to grab people's attention. I have a little experience with canvassing, well, actually my entire area, regarding politics years ago. And I'm actually going to try a similar thing that I did back then, which is putting out flyers. I also had experience with it working with another organization. and I'll let you know how that goes when I get that done. If I have anything to report. Something that I did catch on video earlier this last week, I put it up on YouTube, is that, people think of chemtrails and they think of something, that, is going to take up the whole skyline. That's kind of what we're used to seeing. And some shorter chemtrails. I've seen a lot of those lately. Definitely more the shorter version and chem dumps as well. Instead of the long lines that cross the horizon, I don't get nearly as many pictures of those, and I take a lot of pictures and some video. And I just happened to get a jet earlier this week. I got a close-up of it, and it was leaving a short trail behind. That's most people would automatically assume that, okay, it's just a normal contrail, and it stopped. It stopped spraying right at the end of my recording, right before it went out of my line of view, and I had to stop recording. So, chemtrails come in all sizes, is what I'm saying. And just because there's a jet up in the sky, don't assume that just because it has a short or a shorter trail behind it that appears to be disappearing, that's actually the case. And last, but certainly not least, I think everybody is pretty well aware of the extent of the geoengineering issue as far as how dire it is. And I just want to mention that this is something that is, as far as I'm concerned, is the only thing that could possibly be worse than geoengineering would be an all-out nuclear war. I think this crosses most certainly off political, religious, and any other boundaries, and I urge people to do what they can in their area, whether it's I'm not really really well aware of like crowdfunding or GoFundMe. I'm just vaguely familiar with it. I'm learning a lot lately. But whether you can get a billboard up in your area or canvass your area with flyers, put out an ad, a letter to the editor, whatever you can do to get the word out there, the quicker the better.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, John. I mean, there's not much that can be worse except a nuclear war. This is destroying everything, everywhere. I've seen the insect population absolutely plummet in this area. I smell and taste this stuff. My health has been horribly affected by this, and so I have to spend money and spend time and just to try to keep myself healthy and functional. What about you? Any other news? Any other thoughts?
Well, I have the same problems. I have health problems, allergies, asthma that started in my adulthood, and they have become much worse. There's days when I don't even have to look up in the sky. I can tell that they're spraying heavy because I'm sick. My allergies are terrible. Asthma's flared up, and I'm not a big fan of medicine, so it can be pretty difficult to handle.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to handle. Do you know other people who are suffering as well?
Yeah, actually, the week before last week, I just decided kind of at random to ask a family member and a few close friends of mine and then just acquaintances, friends and acquaintances, ask them a general question, which basically was, have you been feeling low on energy lately? And every single person said yes. And they not only said yes, but a lot of them gave me a lot more information than just a simple yes. They said that they've been feeling crappy, their allergies are flared up, their asthma, chronic health conditions that they suffer from are flared up or getting worse. This is a serious health issue, environmental issue, and just humanity issue. Because if we don't stop this madness that's taking place above our heads, there will be no future generations to say, "Hey, look, they didn't stop us."
Absolutely. How true that is. There will be no future generations. We are killing, not we, but they are killing trees, they're killing plants, insects. I believe so many people who have died before their time in the last 10, 20 years, 10 years especially, with the heaviest part of the spraying starting, heart attacks, aneurysms, strokes, cancer, all can be attributed to the metals and the toxins that are being sprayed on us.
I agree, and I don't think that a lot of activists, when they focus on bee die-offs and the monarch butterflies, they don't get the whole picture. They just see the pesticide, herbicide part of the picture. They're not seeing. They don't understand because they're not aware of what's taking place without their consent. And I see it all around me. I had what could have been a very dangerous run-in with a beehive underneath my deck, and I told my parents. I only got stung once, and I told my parents the story, and they found it to be rather interesting that I had literally dozens of bees buzzing around my head and my upper body, which is not a good thing when you're allergic to them. And they did not seem aggressive. They seem to go docile. I see that when they're on my sunflowers. And that there's just not as many bees and butterflies. And I see it in my neighborhood. I have taken some pictures recently of trees that are dying off. Some of them had to be cut down in my neighborhood this year. But basically all the trees in my yard are dying off. And I have pictures of that. One of my trees decided to start changing color and losing its leaves, around August 24th, 25th.
Yeah.
So a little early for that, I think.
Yeah, it is. Isn't that a little strange?
And, I get a bit frustrated, when I say something to one of my neighbors, for instance, or a friend, and that they either don't want to talk about it or they just don't say anything at all. Like my next door neighbor, when I say, we're supposed to have a clear day, what's up with all these clouds? And, it's like they're trying to avoid
have you found anything that works to try to wake them up? I know it's hard to reach these people. People just don't want to think about this or talk about this. Anything work especially well for you?
Pictures are worth 1,000 words, and that cannot be any truer when I post them on social media, when I show them to anybody, family, friends, acquaintances, nothing to my neighbors yet, but I'm getting there. I've taken thousands of pictures just in the last year, and I have some amazing photos that you just really cannot write off as a simple jet contrail. It's absolutely not possible. Time-lapse photos that show a long white streak going across the horizon, and within 14, 15 minutes, how much it's spread out, and it looks like it's, just bleeding out or bleeding down to the ground. I don't know how people can ignore the weather, when the forecast says one thing, but what we get is the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, do you find that people just seem to be in such a fog today? They just don't seem to be totally connected, and when you talk about this subject, people, like you said, they don't want to deal with it. They just, what do you think that comes from? What do you think? What is going on in their minds that keep them in such a state of denial?
The absolute shock of it. Nobody wants to accept the reality of doom or impending doom. It's like an old story that I like to use, a very brief one, about a community that lives right below a dam that is about ready to burst, and they know it's going to destroy the town, but they decide to just stay there and continue living their lives. Whereas a community that's 5 miles down the road sees that there's imminent danger on the horizon. So they get up and clear, evacuate the area, whereas in the people that are closest to the issue are basically blind to it. They don't want to see just how bad things really are.
Yeah. Do you think that this is ultimately rooted in fear?
Yes. Most everything is rooted in fear. Fear of talking on a live radio show. Fear of doing a lot of things. But if you don't face your fears, then you're not going to be facing reality. And that's pretty disturbing. It's a very disturbing trend.
Wow. So the best thing the most effective thing you've done is sharing pictures with people. Then that really works for you.
Yes. They start asking. A lot of people will, ignore it. Some will start asking questions, and then I can direct them to a website, and where they get more information. Just general information, and where they can look into things a bit more. It is, it's...
What are some of your favorite places to send people?
It's a little difficult to do. My two favorites are Global Skywatch and Geoengineering Watch. Mm-hmm. I think that the amount of information that they have that are on both websites is phenomenal. I've used some of the information for articles that I started writing in late March, early April of this year. I finally decided to start writing, and I've referenced both of them. And they offer a treasure trove of information on the whole geoengineering issue. And what is probably the best thing about it is, for people that know nothing about it, they can go on the website and understand, what a chemtrail is. What is a chemtrail? What is HARP? What is geoengineering? In written form and in video. Everybody's different. Some people learn better with reading something. Some people learn better with watching something. Those are by far the sites that I recommend the most, and quite often.
That's awesome. I really appreciate that. I know that I've worked a lot with Dane. He runs geoengineeringwatch.org. And if you're looking at the video stream right now, you're looking at the homepage of the Global Skywatch website. The very first item up here is, what are chemtrails? Now, we use the word chemtrails and geoengineering on the site because the word chemtrails is so common. We want to help people associate it with geoengineering. So when you click on this and you come to the next page, it actually says, what is geoengineering? And then it has chemtrails in quotes to help people understand. And by using the word geoengineering, I just want to be clear, we're not trying to imply that that is the ultimate or only purpose or a purpose even of chemtrail, of the spraying, but that is one of the popularized names for putting aerosols into the atmosphere. So this is the reason why we put this at the very top left of the website. It's the very first link. What are chemtrails? And the second link, chemtrail-related illnesses. And the reason for this is because we want to make it personal to people. When you click on the chemtrail-related illnesses page, it brings you right to a page that gives you a list of symptoms and that people suffer with or are associated with, because we want to make it personal. We want people to understand that this does affect you. It does intimately affect your life, your children. You're breathing in known toxins. And so it is something that everybody needs to deal with.
Exactly. It is a global issue, and there is not a single person, living thing on the face of this earth that is not being affected by geoengineering. And I refer to both chemtrails, geoengineering. It seems easier to start off with chemtrails. It usually throws off the phrase conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist right away. But that's fine. I'm used to dealing with that. Simply by sharing what I know of them and directing them to websites, showing them personal photos and videos that I've taken. That is the best way to get the word out.
Well, that's awesome. I appreciate that. I appreciate what you're doing, John. We need people like you out there doing this all the time. This issue is the largest issue that I believe we've ever faced on this planet. And there are just no words. I sit here saying this sounding tired, because I am. There's so much I want to say. There's so much I want to do. But the bottom line is when I say these words, that this is the biggest issue in human history, that's exactly what I mean. What do you think, John?
I completely agree. And I've said the same thing to people closest to me. My dad, my closest friends, and relatives, that this is not just the issue of our time or, our generation or this generation or that generation. This is not just an issue of, a century. This is the issue of humanity's continued existence. It's that serious. Geoengineering is an extinction-level event. And I point that out to people and let them know that this is how serious it is. If it's not stopped, humanity is going to be wiped off the face of the planet, and most likely every living thing, along with humanity. That's how serious it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, John. I appreciate your comments. Anything else you'd like to say?
Just a shout out to people I know. I'm not real good with names, and I'm not going to throw a bunch of names out there anyway. I want to thank you and Dane and everybody else for helping to spread the word, get the word out, get the knowledge out, get people talking about what is directly above them that they continue to ignore.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, keep up the great work. Thank you for calling in, John. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right, you too. If anyone else would like to call in, just get the phone number from globalskywatch.com/live, L-I-V-E, and you can call into the call-in console and then press *6 to talk to us. I was talking before about, I love getting this subject about why are they spraying, what's going through their heads. Right now on your screen you see a picture that is labeled Grand Lodge Freemasons. Freemasonry is a vehicle that is being used to spread the word. This was actually talked about by Helena Blavatsky, and this was talked about that this would be one of the vehicles that are used along with education, along with the churches, to accomplish what they call the externalization of the hierarchy. And what this means is that this is the publication of the Luciferian religion. Now, this is all very strange stuff to people who haven't heard this before. And for those who want to get in depth into this subject, and I hope that you do, because I want you to understand how absolutely critical it is for people to understand the world today, because the decisions you make have huge consequences. And if you don't understand the situation in the world today, you will make the wrong decisions. And the reason you'll make the wrong decisions is because the world is designed to cause you to make the wrong decisions. Please go to Orbis Vitae. Please go to orbisvitae.com. And if you go to any forum, we have, like here, breaking news forum. Just click on that and scroll down a bit. Let me give you a little more screen to look at here. Scroll down a little bit, and you will see videos that I think are absolute must-watch videos. One of them is the New Age infiltration of the Truth Movement. This is one of the most important videos ever made. The very next one, Aquarius, the Age of Evil. This is also one of the most important videos ever made. You'll see right below this is a video called Zeitgeist Refuted, Final Cut. The whole Zeitgeist movement was very fascinating in that it was actually leading people right into the New World Order, but making it look like it wasn't. And this is how clever they are. This is the thing that people have to realize. You know, the thing is that one of the most effective things that you can do to an opponent, if you're in a contest or in warfare, is make sure that your opponent doesn't know they're at war. And that's the situation we have today. We are being attacked with poisons. We are being essentially doused with chemical weapons, and most of the public still doesn't know it. And they're lying to the people, saying that, oh, these are just jet contrails. I've watched the sky since I was a young child. I collected pictures. I've moved and flown around the United States, always watching the sky, always collecting pictures. I have never in my life seen a trail come out of a high bypass turbofan. The only trail you'll see come out is when you go to the airport. You will see a dark carbon soot trail. There are military contractors trying to convince the public that these are common contrails and that they are not. Contrails, let me show you this important, I hope you take time to check out this article. If you go to globalskywatch.com, they are changing the long trails into short trails. So let me take you to globalskywatch.com. If you go to the homepage of Global Skywatch, you'll see my chemtrail story in the lower left. Click on that. It's going to open up this page. Scroll down a little bit until the left sidebar. You see a story that's called Plumes Change Overnight. This is a detailed account of how I saw plumes go from long to short overnight in 3 places where I was staying: Bangor, Maine, Jamestown, New York, and Philadelphia. I had to document this. This is hiding it from the public. For instance, Philadelphia, back, it looked like a war zone every single day. All of a sudden, in the middle of 2014, you don't see trails in the sky except maybe 6, 8, 10 days out of the month, at least not the big low-altitude trails blasting the sky. They move the vast majority of them to higher altitudes so that they're not nearly as noticeable. So check out this article. This is really, really important. Why would they be hiding it from the public if it wasn't harmful or if the public would approve of this? We have another caller with your number that ends in 14. Who are we speaking with?
My name's Diane, Russ.
Diane, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing good. My late husband was he talked to you many times. He was a dentist here in southern Utah.
I know.
His name was Mark.
Oh, hi. Hello. I know exactly
Hi.
who you are. Yes. Yes.
And he passed away last year, and I've had just some interesting things happen, and as crazy as they may sound, I just thought I should share it with you and your audience. My husband was an avid backpacker and hiker, and every week he hiked 30 to 40 miles. And, I mean, in the heat, he was in very good health. He weighed 165 pounds. Excellent health. Ate organic foods. I mean, we tried to do everything that was right. And he just had a stroke. It wasn't an aneurysm. This was a stroke caused from a clot. We don't know where the clot came from. The doctors couldn't explain it. But it's been an interesting year. But after Mark passed away and I came home, before that, the skies here, 6 out of 7 days for one whole year, they bombarded us. We live in southern Utah, and we live in a little isolated community that is pretty self-sufficient. But you can see the planes coming, and they turn it on right before they come into the town, and then they make their X right over the town. But what I did notice is when I came home from the hospital that the spraying stopped. And I'm not kidding, for 3 months, I think they sprayed maybe once or twice. And this was just it just shocked me, because how could it just stop? And I thought, Mark was such a big advocate. And Mark, when he got into something and believed in it, he was a real freedom fighter. So he was spreading the message to everyone. And when Mark had his stroke, he said, "Why is this happening to me?" And doctors couldn't explain it or anything. And my gut feeling was, with my women's intuition, was that they caused the stroke. I know that sounds bizarre, but there was no other explanation, unless it was his time and God just wanted him up in heaven. So that was bizarre to me. But I've been following the patterns, and they are spraying now, and now they're being real secretive. They spray a lot at night, and I don't sleep too well, so I get up early, and when the sun comes up, you can really see where they've sprayed and where it's coming down. So they're spraying at night, and we live in the high desert, and our normal weather pattern is when the monsoon comes in, we get about maybe 2 weeks of rain, and that's it. It's dry. It's desert. Well, this particular year, it has rained and rained and rained since, I'd say, end of May. In fact, it rained last night, and they sprayed us Sunday. They sprayed us very, very heavy. They started when I got up around 5 o'clock in the morning, and they just sprayed and sprayed the big X's. And I knew that had something to do with all this rain. And the rain pattern is different. When it rains, it comes down. It'll just... We've never had thunder and lightning here. In 20 years we lived here. And now we're getting tremendous thunder. And the lightning is not... I grew up in the Midwest, so I know how the lightning shoots straight down to the ground. Well, this lightning is like it explodes up in the sky. And it's just completely different. And I just think it's all associated. I really do. Mm-hmm. And I just thought I'd share that with you. And I'm watching, and I still, many people, Mark turned many people on with videos and told them. And, it's funny. You get mixed emotions. I think most of the people, they don't want to hear about it because it's something else they got to worry about. And they don't want to know the truth for some reason. But we have a lot of people this year that are getting, even the teenagers and the young people, a lot of asthma, respiratory problems, coughs, just things like that. So I just wanted to share that with you and touch base and let you know that the little bit I can do, I'm trying to still spread the word. And I think everybody should be aware of this. And I have done some research, and with all these heavy metals, the audience might be interested to know that wheatgrass powder, you probably know about that, just a couple of teaspoons a day, if you can take it in water or juice, does help eliminate a lot of the chemicals and the chemtrails, eliminate them from our bodies. So,
yes, I take wheat
I want
goose.
to share that.
Thank you. I take wheat goose powder almost daily myself. I appreciate it. It's so great to hear from you. I have on our personal chemtrail stories page on Global Skywatch, for those watching the live stream, the link is right here. I have Mark's story is the second story. I did an interview with him it was actually December 2nd, 2012, and he talked about when y'all called Edwards Air Force Base.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and I'm just...
yeah, that was quite a...
Yeah, I'm so glad you called in.
Boy.
Yeah, I just listened to this the other day because I actually converted to the HTML5 audio so that it can be played on all devices. And I put his stories number 2 in honor of him because he called every week. He called into this show every week. And
I know he did.
And we actually put this message, we're brokenhearted to announce his passing away, and we put a little message up there to let everybody know. But it's so great to hear from you, and
Thank you.
Mark was just wonderful. He called in every week, supported me. It was great to hear his voice. He supported all of us.
He's a wonderful human being, but
yeah, absolutely.
For whatever reason,
It was, and I know he was always notifying people. He was really passionate about this issue. I guess he did fly, too, right? He was a pilot?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he knew...
And I got the sign. He's got his geoengineering sign right out front. So right in the front before you come in the driveway, you see this big sign. So I do get a lot of people, anybody that comes that's not familiar with this, they'll say, what does that mean? So I get a little chance to explain it, and it just amazes me, though, how people don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
They really don't, and it bothers me because I thought, and another thing is that the pilots that spray this, don't they have children? Don't they have mothers, grandmothers? Don't they have family to know that they're actually killing them? I can't fathom it. I guess it's the dark side. It's the dark side, I guess, because I can't fathom somebody doing this to humanity.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I know that they've been told that this is for military purposes. At least one of the whistleblowers have said that this is to protect the United States against incoming missiles. It's part of a missile defense system, and they're probably also told that it's harmless and it doesn't hurt anybody. But let me tell you, it really does. We know that aluminum does cause strokes. It does cause aneurysms. It can build up, especially small particle and nanoparticle aluminum can build up in the capillaries and then cause blockages.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep, I have a study. Yep, I have a study on that. So it can induce that. I know for me it causes tremendous inflammation, and I had a heart attack myself in 2011. I'm lucky to be here today, and it was at that point in time when I decided to do everything that I can and stop being afraid of speaking out. We all have to realize that we're all targeted right now. We're all in this together. Nobody is exempt from this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not afraid of them. I'd like to. I don't understand their motives, and they can say whatever they do, but I really think they're trying to just get rid of some of the population.
I totally agree.
But people, I'm just amazed at the people that, some and even my own family, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear where. And I said, why don't you want to hear the truth? The truth, I said. And I noticed also that when they're spraying, since Mark passed, after that 3-month period when they didn't spray here, it was just bizarre to me. And then I thought, I wonder if this had something to do with his stroke, because it should not have been. And I know Mark had told me about your heart attack, and I know you are a health advocate, and he said that was induced by this. And so when I get these feelings, they're usually right on. So I guess they can target, maybe. I don't know how they do it, but they can target people if they want to, I guess.
Yeah, I believe that they can target people. I'm reluctant to say.
That sounds bizarre.
Yeah, I know it sounds bizarre, but it's what more of an effective method? I know that they have a heart attack gun. They had this back in the 50s. There were congressional hearings where they could shoot somebody and it would just feel like a mosquito bite, but a small pellet of something would go into your bloodstream and it would induce a heart attack almost immediately, within a couple minutes. And it was undetectable, just looked like a little mosquito bite on your skin, and it left no residue in the body. And this was before congressional hearings back in the... And so if they had that technology then, imagine what they have now. And I know that this causes terrible inflammation in my heart. Before my heart attack, I didn't know that barium depletes potassium in the body very, very dramatically. And in fact, barium is used to artificially induce heart attacks in laboratory animals. That's how dangerous it is. And so when I started taking potassium after my heart attack, I started taking large doses of potassium, and it made me feel much better. Huge differences in my heart. But this pain in my heart was always associated with heavy spraying, and I know that because I can taste and smell it. So whenever the taste got very intense in the air, within just a couple minutes, my heart and my lungs would just start hurting.
My goodness.
Yeah, so that's what I've been through. So, you know, and I know that it's possible to be targeted. I'm reluctant to say this, but I'll be honest with you, all of you who are listening, and I don't want to make people afraid because you need to be brave.
No.
But, you know, in my own area where I live, it's always worse than when I go into Bangor. When I come within 10 minutes of my house, when I'm driving towards my house, the air, 19 out of 20 times, it gets much worse right within about 10 minutes of my house. And it's been that way since, when did that start? That didn't start till like 2012, maybe, around there. Because before that, it wasn't really like that. But for the last 3 years or so, this area, this little tiny area, just gets an extra dose of it. So,
yeah, we do too here. And like I said, it's just a small community. We get a lot of scenery here is wonderful. It's by a lot of national parks, but we're about an hour away from any. We're just kind of isolated area, and so that's why you can really see when they come in, and just the fact that here's this plane, it's just a white plane, and then they get right over near town and where they put the streamer on. But I have noticed that since Mark's death, they are spraying something different. We've got the one that now that when they release it, oh my goodness, within 5 minutes, it's huge. It just widens out to this huge, it looks like a white, I don't know, like a cloudy thing, you know, and it's really, really wide. And then the other one comes out in these big twirls, like big twirly things. Mm-hmm. And it comes down to the ground much, much faster now. And then it dissipates, and then all of a sudden the blue sky is just turned all white and horrible looking. So it has changed. I think they've got a couple different things. And, of course, we've seen the black coming out of the planes, too, with the lines. And we have a farmer's market here in the summertime, and we have an elderly man. He's in his 80s, and he's a master gardener. And he just shakes his head. I go up to get some vegetables, and he says, this has been the strangest year. He said, I've been gardening for years, but he said, my plants are all cross-pollinating. And he said, all of his squash this year, he didn't have very many because the yellow squash are with 2 or 3 different kinds. They're all melding in their weird shapes. And he said, I don't get it. And his tomatoes have not done good at all. And a lot of things that, he knows what he's doing, are not developing properly. So, I don't know. And Mark had done, back in the early, I think maybe 2014, we did have our water tested. And, oh my goodness, it had so many things in it. I mean, it was amazing that it wasn't normal rainwater. So, I think people need to wake up and spread the message and to just keep making people be aware of this and saying a lot of prayers. I pray for our poor planet because I think it's being destroyed, this beautiful planet, and just spread the word, and tell as many people. And the ones that don't listen, I'm sure at some point there will be an awakening for them. I know a lot of the people that Mark told, at first they would be standoffish, and now when I see them, they'll talk about it. Oh, yesterday they really sprayed us heavier. And so I thought, oh, this is good. This is good. So,
yeah, Mark did wonderful. It was just great to have Mark doing what he did, and to have you two call Edwards Air Force Base. In fact, I want to play that tonight for people. That was wonderful. And,
that was they got real nasty with me. And, boy, it was, I figure when somebody gets that aggressive and nasty when I'm just asking a question, then they're automatically guilty. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, isn't that interesting?
Well, that's good. I'm glad Mark broadcasted that because, I've just, we have grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and what does the future hold for them,
Exactly. That's what I tell. I've had friends say to me, "Why should I care?" And I would point to their children and say, "That's why you should care. If you can't find another reason, at least care about that right there, And
yeah,
they don't always like that very much.
No, they don't.
No.
But I appreciate you, putting some of Mark's quotes and things on there. He was a very intelligent man, and he was very dedicated, and he is missed.
He is missed by all of us. I miss him very much. When I was depressed, when I heard about his passing, I was depressed for days, just walking around like, wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Mark.
Yeah, well,
he would call me.
It.
I'm so sorry. I know. I mean, I look forward to him calling me. He'd call me once a week or once every couple of weeks at most, or at least, and just encourage me, tell me what's going on. He was so uplifting, and I tell you, he was very special, and I just appreciate him so much.
Oh, thank you so much. And that makes me feel really, really good. Thank you.
I'm glad. I'm so glad you called in.
I just wanted to share that with you. Well, thank you so much. And,
thank you.
I'll keep emailing me when you're on, and I'll keep in touch. And I'm spreading the word, not quite as much as Mark, but the more I study about it, I'll be sharing some things with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Join us anytime. Every Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we're here. So anytime you want to join us, or email me if you want to talk about anything special or whatever. But thank you so much. And
you're very welcome, Russ. And I thank you. I thank you for spreading the word. And, somebody has to do this, and it takes guts, and especially with your experience with your heart attack. There's some people that are just freedom fighters, and no matter, against all odds, that, people like you that want to keep this, people need to be aware of it and do something about it. Don't just sit around about it, but tell people and spread the news and make them aware, Most of the response that I get from people when I tell them is, well, what can we do about it? We can't stop it. And but knowledge is truth. So
right. And, everything I tell people, these sayings, you can't fight City Hall, where did that come from? That didn't come from the people who fought City Hall and won. And, in fact, practically every good thing that happens to a country happens when people fight City Hall. And most of these things were started by one person. It started with one person and caught on. And the thing is, I always tell people, you have the power. You don't have to strive for it. You don't have to look for it. You already have the power. If you would only be willing to spend 5 or 10 minutes a day and be involved with a group of people, they will back off. And being in the alternative health industry, I've seen this happen so many times where the government has brought bills forward, tried to get rid of herbs, tried to get rid of this and that, and everybody bands together and shuts them down. And we have the power, we just have to use it.
Absolutely. I agree. Well, again, I thank you very much, and thank you for broadcasting and keeping this thing going. And I'm sure Mark's listening to you on the other side, so I believe in life is eternal. So
yes, it is.
I thank you again.
Yes, thank you so much for calling in. Just a joy to hear your voice. I'm so glad to hear you. Call in any time. Hopefully we'll talk again.
I sure will. Thanks so much, Russ.
All right, thank you. Have a good
night.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right. We have Kim calling in, too, by Skype. I'm hoping that our audio is going to work in me rebroadcasting Skype. Just so you all know, what I'm doing here is did an upgrade to the audio system here, which is very time-consuming. You have no idea how many hours I put into getting this working. But Skype should also be able to be listened to over the phone consoles, so those they'll hear it in real time. So, Kim, if you're on, try speaking, and let me see if I have your audio. I'm not sure I will. I may have to make an adjustment here. Yeah, in fact, I'm sure I'm going to have to. Let me configure the audio correctly here. Give me a second. Sorry about the delay here. Interesting.
Hello, check.
Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead and speak. Let me see if I can see you coming through the phone line here. All right, you can't hear me. That's okay. Let me see if I can...
It's okay?
Yep, give me a sec here. Let me see if I can get you to... Oh, goodness, I don't know if I'm set for Skype. Okay, I can hear that.
I can hear the callers really well.
Can you hear me okay
I didn't
through
have
Skype?
to mute it.
Can you hear me through Skype? Okay.
Hi, I can hear the callers. I didn't have to mute the live stream. I was able to hear it okay.
Okay, let me give this a shot here. I'm so sorry for those. Let's check 1, 2. Okay, that's going through the speakers. I can't get it to come through. For some reason, Skype is not offering me to send this to the audio system that this is going to.
I can.
Okay, I can hear you, Kim. Let me see. Let's see here.
Okay, there's a delay, or I can call back on the regular line if you want me to. Either one's fine.
Let me give it one more shot here. I don't give up easily, but let's see. Okay, try saying something now, Kim. Can you hear me, Kim? Okay. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me, Kim, now? Unfortunately, I didn't configure this system to handle... If Skype would just go to the default output device, that would feed into the console, but I'm not showing that device.
Hi there. Usually there's an echo if I have both. Yes.
Check 1, 2.
I usually get an echo if I'm listening to both the live stream plus the Skype, so I have to usually shut one or the other off.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Can you actually hear me right now? Can you hear me? Check 1, 2. Let me try this. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Checking 1, 2. Can you hear me now, Kim?
Hi, yes, I can. It's a little bit louder this time.
Yay, I think I've got it figured out. Okay. If you all can hear myself and Kim on... Well, actually, I can see the audio coming through. So go ahead. How are you doing tonight, Kim?
Not bad. Let me just check and see if I need to shut the volume off either the Skype or the show. I'm just going to check it really quick.
Okay.
Okay. Now, can you say something again?
Checking 1, 2. Can you hear me, Kim? Check 1, 2.
Yes, that's better. I've lost the echo because I shut the volume off on the live stream, so I'm all set, I think.
All right. So what's going on?
Sweet. Well, I was reading the chat, and there was a couple of things that are kind of not related to each other, but it hit home with me. The chatters were discussing the different cloud cover. They were talking about seeing low-lying clouds that were just cruising by and higher clouds that were stationary in the bizarre direction and other clouds going a totally other direction, and how disturbing that was. And I've seen that quite a bit myself, and I don't really have an explanation for that, but I think people really should be paying attention to this. But then when you guys were talking about why is it that people that are doing this are not aware that they're destroying their own family's future and hurting their own families and things like that. And for me, it all comes down to compartmentalization. Everything's compartmentalized. So whatever your job is, you're doing your job. You might be someone that's delivering canisters, and that's it. It's basically a need-to-know basis. So they tell you you're delivering so much weight in this vehicle to be delivered by this time, and that's it. And then whoever's on the receiving end, they receive it. That's all they know. On and on and on we go. I mean, that starts right from the manufacturer of the chemicals to people flying the aircraft. I mean, everything, down to every detail, is compartmentalized to the point that, from what I understand, the way this usually works is the first person never knows what the middle person is doing, and certainly doesn't know what the end person is doing. And it's made this way for a reason. This is how the U.S. military runs their operations. That way, the work that you're doing is focused on. It gets done well. That's all you do. That's all you know. That's all you care about. You get your pay. You're done. That's it. And to make it a little bit more simpler for folks that have never seen anything like that, I spent some time on Navy vessels. I worked in a shipyard, so we built Navy vessels, and we also reconditioned them when they came in. So a commissioned Navy ship would come into the shipyard, and we'd go in and do the repair work. I say we, meaning, the shipyard, the ironworks. And if you look, each area of the ship is compartmentalized. You have what they call hatch doors, and it's a great big lever with a bunch of wheels, and you yank down on that hatch lever, and the door shuts. It's a water seal. So if fire ever breaks out in the compartment that you're in, it's contained to that one compartment. It doesn't reach the other compartment. So if I'm cleaning down in the engine room and there's a fire, all hatches are shut, the water systems would turn on, it would eradicate the fire, no other areas of the ship are affected. So literally this is how things are done, because it's a way to protect the most important sources. Of course, you want to protect the commanding area, the cabin where the pilot is, the pilot house. You want to be able to keep that shut off. There's other vital areas of a ship that you want to be able to separate. And it's the same thing within government structure on any project that they're working on. Because if one person decides that they're going to spill the beans, whatever, they're not going to have enough information to do much of a goddamn thing with. So realistically, there's not a lot you can do unless you're someone who is responsible for multiple jobs, multiple agendas, multiple areas. So that's why, it's very difficult for people to actually take action against what's happening, because everything is so limited. So even if you do try to reach someone, you're reaching someone with very limited information. And I kind of started digging into this, Russ, because, every once in a while we'll get people in the group, the Facebook group, that are wanting to know, well, why aren't we doing anything about this? Why aren't we questioning the powers that be? Why aren't we stopping this? Let's just go straight to blah, blah, blah. Or they'll say, well, let's chase down trucks delivering, or come up with some kind of radical ideas. And honestly, that's not going to take care of the problem, because everything is so compartmentalized. So I think people need to begin brainstorming on just ways of trying to reach as many people in the public as possible. I think a large public mass awareness will really make a difference. One person emailing senators is just not going to cut it. It's going to take a global mass awareness. It's going to take some intense education, people trying to really relate to other people that they think would be open.
Right, absolutely. Well, that's interesting. Do you think you have any other specific ideas about attacking this? I mean, to me it seems like We have to overcome people's fear.
Yes.
And we have to also inspire people to do something. And the best way I found to do that is to make it personal. You have children you love. You know, it's either fear or love, you know, the two great motivators. You're either motivated because you love your children and you know this is affecting them, this is affecting your health, you care about your life, you care about your wife, you care about your husband, you care about your grandparents, you care about your parents, and it's affecting them, so that's out of love, and it's affecting you. It's affecting your life. There's going to be no food left. California is being put artificially into a state of drought. What is that going to do to the food supply? What is that going to do to the economy? Do you want a job? Are you worried about the fact that there are no bugs flying around the front lights anymore? And how is that going to affect everything? People need to be motivated. People need to be inspired to do something. What do we do?
Yeah, exactly. And you asked a very important question. What do you care about? How can this affect you? That's the very first step, I think. It's got to be personal.
Yeah, absolutely. It has to be personal. And it is personal. It's not just, and it's not that it's not already personal. It's just people need to, first of all, face that it's a reality instead of pretending that it's not going on. And then once they realize it's going on, then they need to realize how very personal this is. We are kind of like, and I've said this on Geoengineering Watch Radio with Dane before, is that we're kind of like sliding down a mountain like Wile E. Coyote. We've slid down the mountain and we have gone off a cliff and we're hanging in the air for that few seconds before we actually begin to fall, where the coyote's hanging in the air, he looks down and his eyes get real big and he realizes he's about to plummet to the ground. That's where we are right now.
Oh, yes. I mean, you've been doing this for a while, and I know I've been at it for a while as well, and somebody could just turn and look at me. I might have my truck loaded up with signs and flyers and stuff taped on the outside of my vehicle. I'm cranked up, I'm ready to rock and roll, and somebody might look at me and say, "Why are you doing this?" And I will quickly answer them. Or I will turn to my right and I will point to my 9-year-old daughter. And that's enough for me.
Yeah.
But there's got to be a reason. There's got to be something that you care about in this world. And I wonder, as people who are in a position to talk to strangers, we're doing it right now, encourage people to find out what is worth saving in your life right now. Who is worth saving in your life right now? Let that be what motivates you.
And isn't it a fact, I mean, most people would probably realize most of the public are followers. Most people don't lead. And that is why in this movement right now, most of the people who are standing up and doing something are leaders. They're leaders because we're at the very beginning of this. We don't have a crowd of people to hide inside of. You are on the front lines because there's not a crowd to hide behind.
That's true.
So we have to let that fear, we have to let that love for the people we care about motivate us. We have to teach people why it is personal to them. We have to help them to overcome the fear. You know, it's kind of interesting. When I had a heart attack, I've thought a lot about death in my life, my own death, for a number of reasons. And one of the reasons was I was depressed a lot when I was young. And I just was wanting to escape from the pain, a lot of emotional pain. And, you know, as I became an adult and I overcame the mercury poisoning that I had, which was the cause of my depression, by the way. Mercury profoundly affects your emotions. For those who don't know or who don't realize this, mercury profoundly affects emotions. There comes a time when I had my heart attack, for instance, in 2011, where it is so freeing to stop worrying about dying. I'm not saying that there aren't people who are going to hurt, that it's not going to be a loss, you're going to leave people behind. But what happens after this life? This is one of the questions that this kind of conversation brings up. And if you understand or you believe and you have some knowledge of that, then it actually makes you more fearless. It helps you to overcome that fear. And you don't believe something for the reason that it makes you feel. That's really the wrong reason to believe it. The right reason to believe it is because it's true. And you can discover whether something's true by evidence. But where that brings you in your life, if you take the time to look at it, is you will, if you care enough to know, you will become a fearless person. You will become a leader. It will change your life. It will change the life of those around you. And that's what we have to do. When we have a nation of people who are led by fear, we lose freedoms. Because home of the brave, land of the free, the word brave and the word free go together. Because if you don't have courage, you can't maintain your freedom. So we have to have a world of leaders. And if you don't stand up and take the lead and defend what is right, then those who want to come and take advantage of you will win. They will take advantage of you. They will take over, and they will run your life for you if you're not running it yourself.
Boy, that's the truth, yeah.
So what else was on your mind? Anything you want to mention, Kim?
Well, I think that once a person, has their feet under their feet firmly planted on the ground, and they've decided that they want to change the future for their family, they have to somehow figure out, how can I relate to other people in the community? Personally, for me, I'm an outdoors person. There's lots of outdoor activities that I enjoy. Could I hook up with anyone else that's interested in the same things? I like to go bicycle riding. Can I hook in with bike riding people? Any bike riding events? Just keep on scanning community events, Facebook pages, do searches on internet. I have a friend that has horses. Hook in with people that have horses. Get to talking with people. Do you notice on the really, really humid days when there's a lot of spraying, do you seem to have horses that are coughing a lot? Do they seem to have any asthma problems that disappear the next day? There's got to be a way for you to connect with people. It's going to take a little bit of creative thinking, but there's got to be a way for you to connect with someone else that is affected by this. You just got to sit there and figure out, I'm affected in this way. I have a friend that's affected in this way. I have another friend, he's a mason. He does a lot of outdoor work. And he's not working on those rainy days. He's not
a mason as in a go to the lodge and put a compass and square on your car mason, but he's a mason who builds with cinder blocks, right?
Yes, he builds with blocks and bricks, chimneys and foundations and all that. So a lot of outdoor work. And, I could make a connection with him and say, look at this, it's nonstop rain, and we had 3 inches of rain in 2 hours. Or I could say, hey, look up, it's going to rain tonight. See the planes? I counted 30 of them. And I could just break open the ice kind of with people. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just people I know. I mean, but you could go further. You could really kind of network and search your community and figure out outdoor people, lawn and garden people, masons, painters, livestock owners, sports enthusiasts, whether it's tennis players or people that go hiking, jogging, bicycling. All of these people are literally right out there underneath this crap that's being dumped on us, and it wouldn't take much at all to say, do you see that right there? That's like the 5th one I saw, and I even saw an old gentleman that I've got to know. He's 84 years old, and I said, look, it's going to rain. He said, what? I go, you see that? He goes, oh, yeah, that's the 6th one I saw tonight. And he points, and he goes, and they're going over us right now. And I'm like, there you go. 84 years old, not educated, he doesn't go outdoors, he doesn't go biking, he doesn't own horses, he doesn't work outside, but yet he sees this crap.
And so now he's looking,
and he
that's
knows
great.
There's something up with that,
Mm-hmm.
Because I could say to him, look, it doesn't disappear. There's the one that they dropped early. He said, yeah, I saw that one. So people are looking.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's easier for people to relate, I think, to people they know personally. But think of it this way. If you know people that can relate to this personally, figure out how you can connect with others who equally are in the same boat, basically, and try to hook in with those people if you can. It does take some time. I mean, there's some digging that you would have to do, and you would have to do some writing, write down places you want to contact, and obviously join any protest that you hear about. There's about 6 or 8 each year that I go to. They're all global. I bring all of my geoengineering paperwork, all my March Against Monsanto stuff. I've got my vehicle plastered with bumper stickers and homemade signs.
Yeah.
You've seen a few of those.
Yeah, actually, absolutely. I've seen some of those. Let me see if one can pull up a picture of that. I've got some of those.
We call it MAU, the Mobile Awareness Unit. And I've had protests that I've gone to in Portland, Maine. That's 45 miles from here. And I'll put one that'll go across the whole entire tailgate that says, "Follow me to Portland, Maine, Congress Square," and it'll say public family gathering is how I describe it. Or I've put signs up. When we're going to do a protest on a Saturday, I'll put like 8 or 10 signs up in both cities that'll say public discussion on environment. And I'll just word any way I can possibly word it just to get people down there. So if you want to go by yourself, go by yourself. If you can get some friends to do it, buy them coffee or whatever your poison is. Put signs around town that just say public meeting Saturday at 2, whatever you want to do. And you will get more people involved. But I think first, getting your feet firmly planted, figuring out who can relate, then networking with those who can relate to it, and then literally go out and do it.
Absolutely. In fact, if people are looking at the live video feed right now, I've got some of your pictures up showing some of the work that you have done. These are a little bit from a couple of years ago, I think, but at least this shows how you plaster these things on your car, and this is really great, And I also wanted to, along the same lines, is offer to people that, if you go to the large environmental groups, they don't care. I mean, these are controlled opposition. The big environmental groups are not going to listen to you. They've already been approached. They have no interest in this subject because they're controlled opposition. If you don't know what controlled opposition it is, it's when somebody takes over their opponent and acts like they're their own enemy in order to control their enemy. Because it's like what Rockefeller said, the best way to win any contest is to control both sides, and that's exactly what they do. So one idea that I had is that call community or state colleges in your area, and I want to do this myself. Call them and start some dialogue with their environmental department, with one of their leaders, and try to get to one of their meetings and say, I want to be part of this. I want to see what's going on. I want to talk to you all about what these jets are doing in the sky. This is a really big issue. Can I talk to you all about it? Can I come and introduce the subject, because they probably know nothing about it. And the people who are in these clubs, even if they're high school clubs or college clubs, they are in those clubs because they care. So this is an idea to help introduce this to groups of people that care. So just call them. Say, hey, I want to talk to you guys about this issue, these airplane lines in the sky. Big issue. There's a lot of damage being done. We're getting metals coming down on the ground. We have metals in our water. I've got metal readings in our rainwater here that are 600 micrograms per liter, which is 6 times above the EPA limit for aluminum in drinking water. And hopefully that'll open the door. But, while I've got Sean Kim, I want to go over a couple issues. I know we were going to talk about what was in the minds of the elite tonight, and I like getting into phone calls and chatting with people, and sometimes I wonder if people really want to hear this deep stuff. I know there's some people have asked me to get into it, but if you want to hang around with me for a few minutes, and we'll talk about some news and current articles, and you can give your commentary if you want. How's that sound?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, if you're up for it, that's great. One thing I want to mention to people here, here's an article. I collect articles through the week that I want to go over with on the show. I'm sorry we get to it so late. I know the East Coast, it's already approaching 11 o'clock, but let's hit these things real quick. Connecticut, dental mercury rule imperils patients. This is the Hartford Courant. Okay. If you go down and read this, let me read the first couple lines. I don't want to violate any copyright laws, but Connecticut's Department of Social Services has taken a giant leap backward in providing dental care for Connecticut's children without explanation. The state now mandates that Medicaid recipients must accept dental fillings with 50% mercury in their molars. Why are they doing this? Why are we mandating fillings that have been outlawed in many, many countries outside the United States? Because these countries have finally accepted a long time ago that these fillings are deadly, they are poisonous, they are toxic, that mercury causes cancer, mercury causes hundreds of common diseases. Why are they doing this? Why would they do this unless this was an effort to increase the number of sick people? Pharmaceutical industry, the second largest industry in the world today, second only to oil, profits from sick people. And mercury causes so many diseases. In fact, let me show you. Well, maybe I won't. But I just want to go through these articles real quick. So here's something talking about, and I have knowledge of this also in West Virginia some time back. I don't know if anything's changed since then, but West Virginia had some policy where people who were on state assistance could only get mercury-based amalgam fillings. That's the only thing they could get. Imagine the disaster that this causes in their lives. It doesn't cause an immediate disaster in your life. It's something that happens over a long period of time. Some people it does. I've spoken to many people who have immediate reactions. Many people do have immediate reactions, but they never connect it with the amalgam fillings. Any thoughts on this, Kim?
I have seen firsthand what it looks like in a community dental office. And this is a place where basically they take regular clients, but they take welfare clients as well. And so these are all people that are on state insurance, like in the state of Maine, it's called Maine Care. And each state has their own low-income health insurance for their welfare recipients or people that are on low income. And every time I went in there, I would just kind of sit and listen while people were chatting, and a lot of these people had severe cavities. They had all had the amalgam fillings, and I was just trying to see what, if any, were there any connections, males, females, and everything like that. And I was starting to see some connections due to pregnancy. The women their bodies were robbed of calcium during their pregnancies, and their teeth literally rotted right out of their head, either during the pregnancy or within a year after. That was the first thing I noticed. And then when I asked about a tooth that needed work, they were going to drill and fill. And I said, just so you know, I'm choosing that I do not want amalgam fillings. And they looked at me like I just walked off a spaceship, like, who the hell is she? How in the hell does she know about that? Like, I could almost feel what they were thinking in their head, and I'm like, yeah, I know. So I said, I want a paper. So they handed me a brochure on the way out, which was informative about the 3 different types of fillings you could get. One of them had some sort of plastic in it. The other one had something else. There's 2 choices of white fillings, and then the silver amalgam fillings. And it would give a description of the effectiveness of amalgam fillings being the most effective, the longest lasting, and the toughest. And then they would give you a description of one of the white fillings. And there was still side effects with that. In fact, it was infused with some type of chemical that would cause a hormone reaction in your body. And they were informing you of this so you would have the correct choice. And then the third option, which was a little bit more expensive, didn't last that long at all, but it had the least side effects. So it really just kind of made my head spin, and to be honest, I haven't been back since. Like, I'm just thinking, I'm just going to let my teeth rot out of my head because I don't even want to deal with this.
You know, there's basically only a few classifications of fillings. There's mercury amalgams, there's BIS-GMA, and you might recognize the BIS as the bisphenol, which is the estrogen-promoting plastic that are used in some jugs and in baby bottles. And the last few years, there have been a lot of press about that, and that is one filling type. Even that being the other worst type besides mercury amalgam is a fraction of a fraction as poisonous as mercury is. There is no comparison between the two, but I'll bet in those brochures they tried to make a comparison. Furthermore, the other types is a methylcrylate, acetylcrylate, which is kind of related to superglue, which is not perfect. It has to be processed by the kidneys if there's a very, very low leakage rate, but again, nothing compared to mercury. So there's other types too. There's gold, which has a lot of copper, which is you never want mixed with mercury in your mouth, because gold reacts very, very strongly with copper. With mercury. In fact, gold. Colloidal gold is a chelation agent for mercury that some people use to pull mercury out of their bodies. But nevertheless, there are other filling types that are much, much, much safer than mercury amalgam fillings, but they still promote the most poisonous, most disease-causing type, and I don't think that's a mistake at all. And now they're forcing people who are on assistance to get those. I do want to mention real quick that Laura S., on the chat, when I brought up bringing up what is going through the heads of the elites, why do they do this? She says, yes, 2 exclamation points. I've been listening for 3 weeks, eagerly anticipating the talk by you, Russ, about the background of these issues. So I'd love to get to that in a moment. I really love talking about this stuff. We end up doing long, multi-hour shows. I try to keep it short, but I end up not being able to, because this stuff just goes deep and deep, and I love to talk to people, too. So let's cover some other subjects. Kim, while I've got you on here, I want people to see, talking about mercury, go to the Orbis Vitae website. Here, let me scroll this up. There it is, orbisvitae.com. That's the website to go to. Go to orbisvitae.com. Click on, let me show you where to go here. Here, let me go to the home page. Go to orbisvitae.com and then go to the Media Depot, which is this right here. And then scroll down to the Chemtrails forum, which is right here. And down in this box, you'll see an article. Let me zoom in for y'all. Called, can't zoom in because it's having a focus issue here. Okay, it's called Do Chemtrails Contain Mercury? Right here. Click on that. There's an article here that talks about, I have been talking for years about the symptomology is telling me that certain types, there's 3 types of chemtrails now that actually contain mercury in my belief, and this also explains the symptomology. There's a very specific symptomology with mercury, and there are 3 types of chemtrails that cause those exact symptoms very specifically. And so this article goes into the mercury skyrocketing in soils and in wildlife, natural health, and nutrition survey in women finds escalating mercury in women. New report, mercury rising in Americans from 3% to 30% between 1999 and 2006 corresponds with the largest growth in chemtrail spraying. Mercury led numerous toxins found in Arizona tests. There's another video here. Numerous rainwater tests and dust tests contain mercury. This is showing up in more and more rainwater tests. Many articles have been written, mainstream articles about mercury skyrocketing soils across the United States. Some chemtrail types present symptoms identical to mercury poisoning. Here's a section on that. Chinese coal-burning power plants are blamed by mainstream media for the rising mercury across the United States soils, but I do not believe that's even remotely possible based on what's called the Gaussian distribution of coal from a coal-burning power plant. It does not match. You only get measurable mercury in the soils about 12 or 14 miles down prevailing wind from a coal-burning power plant. So don't believe that can happen, much less travel across the ocean. Coal ash in chemtrails, a toxic source of mercury. If you look at this stories about coal ash and chemtrails, there's an interesting signature match between coal ash and some chemtrail debris that has been measured.
Next questioner.
One of those happens to be, what do you find in coal ash? What is one of the components? Mercury. So just something to think about. Now, building upon this subject right here is this article right here. You were talking about tooth issues. Now, wouldn't it be interesting if they wanted to increase the number of fillings people get and then force people to get mercury-based fillings. What would you do? What would you do in order to do something like this if you were an evil-minded person? Think about it. Well, what you might do is make sure that there's lots of Roundup, glyphosate, Monsanto's Roundup in rainwater. Why? Because, look at this study, 75% of air and rainwater samples contain Monsanto's Roundup. 75%. Natural Society reports this. Here's the quick scan of this article. You can find this article in the Global Skywatch news feed. Go to globalskywatch.com and click here on the chemtrail news feed right here. It'll bring you to the Global Skywatch news feed. If you want to find an article, press Control F like Frank on your browser, and it will let you do searches for words. So just search Roundup. And click on the article that matches, and you'll find the Monsanto Roundup. There's a lot of interesting articles in the Global Skywatch newsfeed. So check this one out. Now, what happens? What does Roundup do to humans? Well, a lot of things. But two of the most important things it does is it actually blocks magnesium and calcium metabolism. Number one, if it blocks calcium metabolism, you start having cavities increase because you can't metabolize calcium. Number two, because that's what it does. That's one of the ways that it actually kills plants, is it sequesters calcium and starves the plants of calcium. What is the other thing it does? It actually blocks magnesium metabolism, kills the plants that way. Well, guess what? It does exactly the same thing in human beings, and a lot more. So, if you block magnesium, now this is one of the things that mercury does. Mercury blocks calcium metabolism in humans. If magnesium metabolism in humans, if you cannot process magnesium, then your calcium blood levels escalate, which is one of the signs of mercury poisoning, is elevated calcium. Not because you've got lots of great calcium, it's because you have calcium you can't metabolize, and because you can't metabolize calcium without magnesium in the human body. So if Roundup is sequestering magnesium, you can't process calcium. So you get a double whammy strike against your bone and tooth health. Well, what do you do then? You start passing laws that require those on assistance to get mercury-based fillings. You poison more and more people and cause a wider spread of disease. A lot of people are reporting grooves in the base of their teeth, along their gum line. I am getting this myself, and it is shocking. And I have excellent dental health. I have excellent dental hygiene. This started happening after I started experiencing chemtrails. This started happening to me first in 2009 is when it appeared. This corresponds with the rainwater showing glyphosate/Roundup in it. So this calcium metabolism being blocked, it won't be as effective in some people as others, depending on probably glutathione levels and people's ability to process it in their bloodstream. People who have the MTHFR gene, which prevents methylation, or who have hindered glutathione production by hindered B12 methylation, which is present in 3 out of 4 autistic children, for instance, may not process Roundup as well in their bodies, and they'll end up getting cavities, which may be the reason why dental issues are associated with Morgellons issues, because the same people who can't methylate and get rid of metals are the same people who show Morgellons symptoms, are the same people who start having dental issues in relationship to the presentation of Morgellons symptoms. Because, and it all goes back to Roundup. Not all the Morgellons symptoms, I'm saying, but just that particular symptom. Perhaps, I would like to see some research done on this. The dental issues that are associated with Morgellons may be a completely separate cause, and I would love to see some research done. We do have research showing the relationship between calcium blockage and Roundup. So that's some information you're not going to hear anywhere else. Any comments, Kim?
that sure does explain a lot. I mean, there's got to be a reason. I mean, I only saw the tip of the iceberg. I was just wondering, there's got to be a reason. Why are these people just losing their teeth? Like, boom, they're losing their teeth. I mean, I asked my mother, I asked my grandmother, years ago, would this happen to you when you had children, or what's going on? And I see this black line forming on the bottom of the gums, and I would dig at it, thinking maybe if I clean it. Nothing I did worked. I asked questions. Nobody had any answers for me. I did not know what was wrong with me. And then I started thinking back to when the generation before me, my mother, she had issues during her pregnancy with her teeth, with myself and my younger brother. So I'm thinking, what was happening to her? How long has this been going on? And I basically only had questions but no answers. So I'm hearing some answers now, and it's quite shocking to say the least. And if they're aware that they're doing this, it's pretty gosh darn sick that when they're aware that this is causing such severe effects, yet they still do it. It's just very disturbing to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're fully aware that this is a very, very bad thing, yet they continue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely. And that's the whole point. Keep people sick and reduce population. Want to get into a little more what's going through the mind of the elites. Why are they doing this? I love getting in this subject. Let me go through a couple more articles that I collected through the week that I wanted to share with everyone. RT published this article, Green Report, Mercury pollution strikes the Grand Canyon. I can only play, for fair use, I can only play a few seconds of this.
To the Grand Canyon. Researchers from the United States Geological Survey investigated the presence of selenium and mercury.
Okay, I won't play any more of that for sake of fair use, but this article goes on to explain that they're finding lots of mercury in the Grand Canyon, and guess what? Nobody knows where it's coming from. Nobody can explain it. Nobody knows where it's coming from. It's a big mystery. Well, guess what? It correlates with other things that are going on as well. All right, let me look up. There's a few other things I want to share with you, news that are newsworthy. I do see someone, it looked like it might be Gary, but somebody pushed *6 in the chat room. Who's with us? Who pressed *6?
That was me, Gary.
Hey, Gary, what's on your mind?
Oh, I wanted to also mention when, you and Kim were talking about, things, they're adding aluminum in our like creamers and our breads. So are they doing that to try to cover up that it's not coming from the sky? Have you noticed that a lot of foods have the aluminum? I think I can't pronounce the name. I guess it's sulfuricate or aluminum. They got
like aluminum chlorohydrate or something. You mean? Or
yeah. I found it in Carnation and Creamer. It's the vanilla creamer by Carnation. I see aluminum in it. And I also found it in white bread. So are they doing that to say, if you say you got aluminum, you're blaming it on the geoengineering, but how come you don't look in the food? Is that why they're adding it to food? Because I heard in the the late 1800s or the beginning 1900s, they banned cooking in aluminum pans. Remember, they switched it to the steel pans. I remember that they banned it because of dementia and Alzheimer's symptoms. They banned it. So why are they putting it in our food, in our air?
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people got away from aluminum cookware when it became more and more evident that aluminum was very harmful for, for ingestion, for human health. So a lot of people got away from it more and more. The thing about aluminum, there's a lot about aluminum, but part of it is that aluminum reacts very heavily with mercury. And there was some research done that shows that a test on animals. Actually, they injected a certain number of animals with a certain amount of mercury, and 10% of the, I think they were rats, died. Then they did the same thing with aluminum, and 10% of the rats died. And then they injected a combination of aluminum and mercury, and all of them died. Every single animal died. And in fact, the toxicity was shown to be something, I believe, 100 times more toxic when you mix mercury and aluminum together. Much, much more toxic. So the idea that they're spraying mercury and they're spraying aluminum should really shock some people.
Yeah, why all of a sudden now did it become safe? When it was kind of like banned, now it's safer, you know. Why are they putting it in food? Same thing with lead. They took it out of gas, and now they're saying now they're using it. I heard they also using it in geoengineering too, spraying lead. I heard some stories about that.
I've seen a lot of reports of lead being found in rainwater, cadmium being found in rainwater, mercury, of course, aluminum, barium, some strontium, thallium, beryllium, some weird things, but especially lead, arsenic, cadmium. Besides aluminum and barium, some of the largest amounts of metals that were showing up in rainwater were cadmium, lead, and arsenic. So, not a good combination.
Yeah, you got to wonder about who took over our food. You know, now who's the one running our food now? You know, so they're adding it in our food now. I know who's running it. You know, like Monsanto, and now with aluminum being found in our food. Who's running our food? You know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that one thing I really encourage people to go to orbisvitae.com. Here's the website right here. Go to orbisvitae.com. If you really want to understand how all of these corporations are controlled by a small group of people, they do it through the U.S. government corporations. And here's how they do it, because the U.S. government owns controlling stock in most international, Fortune 500 international corporations, which then again own a whole host of subsidiaries. And here's what you should do, is you should go to orbisvitae.com, click on the Media Depot, which is right down here, and then scroll down. I'm sorry this is hard to find, but this website has so much information that it's hard to find some things sometimes. But go down here to geopolitical research. In fact, just click on that, and you'll see the first subforum that comes up is called Conspiracies, Introductions, and Overviews. Click on that, and you'll find a pinned movie here called The Corporation Nation. Click on that. This movie, in fact, there's a link to actually get to the movie itself. This movie, it should be a must-watch for everybody. This documents, it's a long movie, it's a 3-hour, 13-minute movie. This documents how U.S. corporations, the corporate government actually controls most large corporations in the United States and many in the world. And that is how all these things are coordinated, because a lot of people wonder, how do they coordinate this? Because they're putting chemtrails in cartoons, they're putting aluminum in the food, they're putting chemtrails in advertisements, they're putting on cereal boxes, it's on the nightly news. How does it happen? How is all coordinated? It's very easy to coordinate this, because there's just a handful of people doing it, and all you got to do is make a phone call and coordinate your efforts. There's never been a time in history where it's been easier to coordinate a global conspiracy. It's never been easier. And here's a little clip from this video. Let me see if we can just play it. This is by Clint Richardson. I was on after him on a radio network a couple weeks ago. He's the maker of this, and he starts out by doing an interview.
Tends to remain the master of its own house.
Congress.
The Comptroller General of the United States is the Director of the Government Accountability Office, or GAO, formerly known as the General Accounting Office, a legislative branch agency founded by Congress in 1921 to ensure the fiscal and managerial accountability of the federal government. The Comptroller General has the responsibility to audit the financial statements that the Secretary of the Treasury and the Director of the Office of Management and Budget present to the Congress and the President. For every fiscal year since 1996, when consolidated financial statements began, the Comptroller General has refused to endorse the accuracy of the consolidated figures for the federal budget, citing 1. Serious financial management problems at the Department of Defense. 2. The federal government's inability to adequately account for and reconcile intragovernmental activity and balances between federal agencies. And 3. The federal government's ineffective process for preparing the consolidated financial statements. The following is a short interview with myself and former U.S. Comptroller General David Walker.
So here's Clint Richardson confronting David Walker live, and this is how this starts.
A lot of it's outdated, a lot of it's outdated. You can't get government employees.
This is the kind of thing I really love, is when you start confronting these people and they can't give you the right answer. You put them in a corner and you start realizing how they lie. It just flows right out of their mouths. They're so used to lying to the public, and they have it so justified inside of them that they lie without flinching. Here we go.
Was that the taxpayer budget that you were referring to?
Which one are you talking about?
You had figures up there.
Yeah. Here.
What is that? What is that referring to?
Well, this is the size of the budget as a percentage of the economy. Okay.
This is the tax that's collected. Is that?
Well, here's the tax. Here's the taxes. Okay. Here's the one that has taxes. Okay.
Anyway, I won't get into this any much longer, but basically, this is a must-watch video that will explain to you how the elites control everything. They do it using your money. In fact, it's a very famous saying among people who've done their research is own nothing, control everything, and that's what they do. And it's not true that they own nothing, but that in comparison to what they control, they own very little. It's not in their names. They use trusts, they use corporations, they use governments, and that's how they put out their fingers of control into everything, every pie. Guys, while I'm bringing something up, Gary or Kim want to comment? If you do, go right ahead.
Oh, thank you, Russ. That's all. I just wanted to share that.
Go ahead, Gary. I'm still listening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut in and kick Kim.
No, you're both in together. No problem.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, very good.
Think about that?
It's just amazing how much is going on, and people are so oblivious to it. It's just really going to take, some personal sacrifice of a person's time to really look at these things and understand that there's a much, much deeper meaning behind them, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is that, power begets power. The people who attain power attain it because that's what they want. There's a saying from the Bible that says a man who wants gold is not satisfied with gold. And that means when you get what you want, you just want more and more and more, and it never ends. And that's what happens. A minute ago, somebody was mentioning about cartoons. These are actually some pictures I captured directly from the DVD Over the Hedge, and these ended up making it over the subsequent years. I did this in 2006. I rented this video from Blockbuster, and these clips ended up making it into videos and memes over the years, and most of you probably seen them already. But here's clips from Over the Hedge showing chemtrails in children's videos. Here's the chemtrail here, hidden right up there between the pot and the house. Here's another one. Look at that, right over there. Here's another nice shot showing a couple to the left here. One up here, one down here. Actually, three. There's a faint one right there. You can just make it out. Another shot. Another one. It's just faint. It's faint. You can just see it, but it's there. Some more. This is all from one animated movie. Another one there. Another one right behind there. This is astonishing when you think about it. When I saw this movie, which is kind of a funny movie, it's a funny animated movie, kind of entertaining, it's shocking when you understand the evil that is going on here, that they're trying to normalize and precondition you to actually actively animate chemtrails in an animated movie for children. This is called normalization. This is a type of conditioning. Here it is behind this character. They're not very prominent, but they are definitely there. Here they are.
Wow.
These two characters.
See, and I've watched some of these, and I didn't really notice it, to be honest.
Yep, there they are right there. These are intentionally done to condition the public, and these people who do this are coordinated, and it's very easy to do this because if you're the CEO of a corporation, you can tell your people to do whatever you want. If they want their job, they won't question you. We want you to make this kind of a sky. Well, why? It doesn't matter why. If you want to keep your job, that's what you're going to do.
It goes back to compartmentalization, I think, Russ.
I think that's a huge part of it, absolutely. Because the thing is, and this is one thing I wanted to bring up tonight as well, that these people are throwing their own people under the bus. If you're a Mason, if you're a police officer, because there's been a large effort to recruit police officers. Here's another one behind these people gathered together. Here's two more trails behind these people. If you're recruited into one of these things, you're being thrown under the bus because you're breathing the same air. The people who are at the head of your organization, at the very tops, who have infiltrated Masons, back with Adam Weishaupt, who actually started utilizing the Masons, and the Masons aren't the only one. They infiltrated other fraternities. They infiltrated the education system, churches, in order to carry all of this out. They're all being thrown under the bus. You're doing the work of those very people who are attacking you and your children. And this is part of what I believe will soon cause a lot of division among them, I hope anyway, as these people, police officers, and all these people, Masons, wake up and realize that they have been betrayed. They are being betrayed. They're being used and betrayed because you're breathing the air just like the rest of us. So here's some more pictures. I'll just run through them real quick. Here's a couple faint ones in this shot. See them back there? I mean, a lot of people wouldn't even notice these. There's some that have spread out a little bit. Here this thing is taken off, and this is a rocket kind of thing, so you'd expect a plume. But look at the chemtrails in the background.
Wow.
Here's another where this turtle is descending on an umbrella. There's a big chemtrail spread out. There's an explosion in the front part of somebody's lawn in this animation, and look at the big trails behind this. This is all completely intentional. What's that?
Holy cow.
Yeah,
I can't see it, but I can imagine that if they put that throughout that whole animation, awful. That's really some brainwashing stuff.
Yeah.
Really brainwashing stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Kim, are you able to hear? I'm curious. Are you able to hear Gary?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a shortcoming of this audio setup, I guess, is that Skype can't actually hear the console. That's a bummer. But, okay, nevertheless.
Oh, Russ.
Yeah.
There's still VHS tapes that have the originals of a lot of the movies we have today. I know I know someone on Facebook that does have the originals. He has the original, and he got a DVD just to compare it. He said there was no chemtrails in the original.
I would like to have that person contact me, and we want to put those side by side.
Okay.
Somebody needs to make the new version and show the old version side by side, so we have irrefutable evidence. We already have one show where we have seen that actually done, and although people have witnessed this being done, we don't have a video showing it in more than one location that I know of, and we need more.
I can contact someone.
Yeah, it would be great. It would be great. Also, for those, somebody... Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in. I also thought on Gilligan's Island, after the professor died, they did an airing of Gilligan's Island. When they did the beginning, the credit, they had one with the chemtrail, and then they put the original, so they made a mistake and put both of them in there. And I said, oh, goodness, and I didn't even get a chance to record it because it was only that one time. And then when they had that hurricane, they showed a big chemtrail on when they looked toward the sea at the hurricane, I saw a big chemtrail right in there. I said, I seen Gilligan's Island. I never seen chemtrails. So that was kind of brainwashing. That was, I think, last year that the professor died. So that was kind of
absolutely. Absolutely, and that's what they're going to do. Is they're going to put them into all these old movies, and they're in these old series, and they're doing that more and more now.
Well, they made a mistake.
Yeah, that's excellent. I hope
Huh?
people will take their old VHS tapes, digitize them. If they need help, contact somebody who can do that for you, and give them to somebody who can make, or contact me and I'll put you in touch with somebody who can make a side-by-side video showing the original and then the remade version. There's no question in my mind that they're remaking these with the chemtrails in them as part of the normalization. What we're looking at, somebody on the... Go ahead, Gary.
It's funny that we're living proof that we've seen the originals. So what's happened? You know, high definition TV is what happened when they switched us to high definition TV. They altered all the originals. I hope not for permanently. Hope they have a backup copy. That maybe
yeah.
You know.
Well, I don't know that they'll ever let anybody have the backup copy if they have one, but. People who have these now, remember, one of the distribution channels that they're going to get these out is they're going to sell old VHS tapes and these old programs on eBay, but they will be the altered versions. This is one of the modalities of disinformation. They're going to redistribute these back to the public, and they'll even have them on VHS tapes and make them look like they're originals, but they're not. They're fake. But if you have one that's been in your own possession, then please contact me or contact someone else who understands chemtrails so that they can make a side-by-side with the old version and the new version, because we need to show this evidence to the public because we know it's being done.
Okay.
We've witnessed it, but we really need people to be able to see this. And what's on the screen right now... Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Russ, I'll post something. I won't say his name, but I'll post something and ask him, is there a way you could get the, put it online? I don't know how. You just want a little bit of clips? You don't need to have the whole thing, right? Just like,
yeah, no problem.
Make it more.
Well, yeah, or if they have an old VHS and they would be willing to send it to me or send it to someone else so they could digitize it, then I would love to get my hands on it or have somebody else be able to do that work. But yeah, if you know anybody who has old copies that they've had in their possession the whole time, then please, have them contact me or someone or yourself or whatever, and we'll get it moving so that so we can make something to show the public what these people are doing and that this really is a coordinated
I don't know
effort.
if you want to send the original because everyone wants to keep the original because that's probably going to be worth some money because
Well, it could be sent back. It could be sent back.
Oh, okay.
Or they could bring it to. We could raise money, and they could bring it to a local company that can convert it to.
That's a good idea.
Convert it to digital, but just so we can actually see a side-by-side comparison. That would be so helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great. And also for those who are looking at the live feed, this is the animated movie Cars, which was extremely popular. And in the sky, they have tire tread marks. And of course, in the background, they have residue from chemtrails. And this, of course, when you see tire tracks in the sky, this is a really subconscious reference to chemtrails, because these are supposed to be jet trails, but cars in the sky, and there's no such thing. You wouldn't see this. This would never be in a movie if they weren't trying to normalize this in the public's eye. And it's very hard sometimes. Here's another view. There they are in the sky. It's very hard for people who don't understand how the world really works to really grasp that this kind of coordination really goes on. But it really does. All right, let me cover a few more news articles. Regrettably, it's already 11:30 here on the East Coast. There's so much I want to get into. I really probably need to start the show getting into all of this stuff. Let's ask the question, why is Windows 10 being given away for free? A lot of people are reporting that Windows 10 has reliability issues. Why? What's going on with the Windows 10 that gives it reliability issues? I have a note here that CERN has the star of Anu. You ever see an 8-pointed star? Do you know what the 8-pointed star is? This is something I would love to... Oh, there's so much stuff to cover. You know what the star of Anu is and what it represents? The authority of those who rule over you. Highly recommend those who want to learn, go here. Please watch this video. These are must-watch videos that will blow your mind. OrbisVitae.com. When you're on that page, go to the Media Depot, which is right here. Scroll down to the Geopolitical Research section. Click that. And then go into the Conspiracies Introduction and Overviews, just like we were to watch the Corporation Nation video. And in here, I highly recommend watching the video called The Mark of Cain, right here. This is mind-blowing. The quotes that are taken and shown in this movie that have been made by popes, by presidents, by dictators, that tie them all together. This is an absolutely... Or look for it on YouTube. Look for The Mark of Cain by Walter Veith. Incredible video. So much other stuff I wanted to get to. One thing I want to share with you all, too, and I've talked about this in great detail in other shows, and a lot of times we run out of time. We always run out of time. There's never enough time. Here, New Eastern Outlook website. There's an article, and this is representative of many articles that are going around right now, and I want you to be aware that the idea of the New World Order is to push socialism and communism, kind of a melding of the two, onto the public, and to get the public to accept it. And the way that they're doing that is they're glorifying Russia. They're glorifying the Soviet Union. You can find this in old textbooks. When I went to high school, my senior year of high school, I went to Gulf High School in Newport Richey, Florida, and the only required class my senior year was a course called Americanism versus Communism. And Americanism was denigrated, and communism was glorified. And I never understood why until now. Well, until years later. Okay, Kim. If you have any more comments before you go, Kim?
I just want to let Diane, if you're still there, I know you might already be headed out for the night, but it sure was great hearing your voice and getting a chance to remember Mark a little bit. Definitely had me smiling and thinking good thoughts of such a wonderful person and the excitement and the enthusiasm that he always brought to our Monday meetings, and it just warms my heart to know how much his life really affected so many people in such a positive way. And I think I've heard a lot of really good ideas tonight, and I've been educated even more than I expected to, learning a little bit more about some of these things. So I really appreciate the hard work that you put into this for us and the investigation that you've done over time and compiling the information and sharing it with others. And I try not to dive down the rabbit hole very often, but I do know that I have a couple friends who do often enough, and when I really have a dire question, a burning question, I just want to know something, I know who to ask.
That's great. I totally agree with you with the thing. I'm so glad to hear Diane's voice and remembering Mark. And it's so ironic because it was just a few days ago that we redid the personal chemtrails stories section on the Global Skywatch website, and you'll see we put Mark in the number 2 position here, his call to Edwards Air Force Base, in memory of him. He was a faithful, devout, wonderful guy. We have such good memories of him, and just wanted to honor him by keeping his story and his recording of his short interview right here. So thanks for that, Kim. That's really great.
You're welcome. And we've got some really good people in the chat. I know we haven't heard Dan's voice in quite a while. Dan from Rochester, he always has some amazing information. I know he watches the weather. He's been paying attention for a very long time. And he has some very good in-depth information about other areas that are really rabbit hole discussions that, I hope at some point he might be able to join us a little more often and share his inside information on things that he's been learning about and researching and wanting to share with everybody. I know John has been an activist and very motivated for quite a while, so I just think we really had a really great bunch of people, and I'm very thankful I had a chance to listen as long as I did and participate tonight. Thanks for letting me talk.
You got it, Kim. Thank you so much. And I agree with Dan. I saw Dan on the chat room. Always used to enjoy having him call in, and hopefully he'll call in again soon, and we'll be able to hear from him. So he always contributed all the time. It's great to hear from him as well. So thank you, Kim.
You're welcome. I'm going to listen in for a little while. I'll exit the call for now, and I'll listen in for a little bit longer. If I don't get a chance to talk to any of you guys on Facebook, hopefully I'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thank you, Kim.
You're welcome.
Okay, a couple things I want to share. Russia's going to be glorified as being a nation that's better than the United States. They're going to denigrate capitalism. Calling it capitalism itself is denigration. And they're going to glorify the Soviet Union. And, of course, Putin is the face of the Soviet Union, and that's what they're doing. So here's this article. Putin is becoming the face of the global resistance movement. Nothing could be further from the truth. That is an absolute lie. It's complete propaganda. This is part of the push, and I knew about this 20 years ago. This was part of the ideas that they're going to make people want socialism, want communism. People are going to latch onto the idea. They're going to wish for it. And I knew that was going to happen, and I'm seeing it happen right before my very eyes. These things are planned decades in advance. So this whole staging of Putin as some kind of hero is just more social conditioning. There is no substitute for freedom. There is no substitute for letting free enterprise rule, letting people make their own decisions. Because when you don't have that situation and you socialize and you regulate, like we have the FDA, which is, I believe, the largest single cause of disease in the history of the world, because they suppress cures. They recently stopped DMSA, which I've heard from many people who was the key to getting their children out from beneath autism. DMSA is now only available through doctors. You used to be able to just buy it on websites. Now it's fully regulated. Same thing happened. I talked to a gentleman today. Apparently they just implemented the same thing in Canada. Another evidence that all of the countries are coordinated. They do the same thing in all the countries. The timing may be a little different, but they do it all together. And, of course, they say, well, we just follow what the EPA or the FDA does. What they really do is they coordinate together. Like one follows the other because one has an authority. Part of the reason why you want to centralize government. That's why Putin is being glorified. Many other things I want to go over with you. I promised to talk about what's going through the mind of the elites, and we always run out of time and it gets late. Let me give you a few things to chew on. We're going to have to go before too long. But, I want to play this clip for you if I can find it. It's hard to get into this late in the show because we start losing people not because they're not interested, but I think because it's so late on the East Coast. We're already pushing 11:45. because the show goes on so long. Next week, I would love to play for you Clinton talking about Hillary communing with Eleanor, the spirit of Eleanor Roosevelt. And in fact, that video appears within this video called The Mark of Cain. So if you watch this video, The Mark of Cain, you'll see President Clinton. And people in the audience actually laugh because they think he's joking, but he's not joking. He talks about Hillary communing with the spirit of Eleanor Roosevelt. When you start hearing these people make comments like this, you start wondering why they would make such statements. And when you understand the spiritual nature of their belief system, it makes sense. You start understanding why they say these things. You start thinking, why would they say something like this? But there's a reason for it. I want to give you a few nuggets to chew on, and then we'll expand on this next week. And I'll have to find a way to probably get to this material right at the beginning of the show. There is a Catholic radio station. Now, Catholicism, there's so much I want to document here, and when I throw nuggets out, some of this is so unbelievable until you actually document it that it's hard for people to even believe, which is why I don't even like to say it. I want to just quote other people, quote the elites from their own literature, and then there's nothing to debate. It's like, here it is from their own literature. You can go look it up yourself. There's so much. I'm looking at my list of things here. Let me give you some nuggets to chew on. A Catholic radio station here locally is actually called The Presence. And if anybody in the Bangor area tunes into the Catholic station, you'll hear them say The Presence. And they always talk about the mysteries. The mysteries. You'll hear them talk about this over and over again. The presence is actually a reference, and this is going to blow your mind. I don't know if you're going to believe this right off the bat, but if you want to know what the presence means and you want to see this documented, and I will tell you what it means in just a second. Orbis Vitae, go to the Orbis Vitae website, go to the Media Depot right here, scroll down and go to the Bible Forum, which is right here, and watch a video here. There's a video here called Rewriting the Bible, the Luciferian Conquest of Global Media. This is another must-watch video. Absolutely stunning. In this video, Gail Ripplinger reveals what the meaning of the presence is right from the elite's own literature. The Catholic radio station in Bangor that's called The Presence. The Presence means Lucifer. The Presence is Lucifer. That is from their own literature. And if you want to see that documented, check out this video. Maybe I'll document it for you next week. Why would the Catholic Church name their telescope Lucifer? Well, for the same reason they would name their radio station The Presence. And when you start understanding the connection, this is called the fifth column. What is a fifth column? It takes 4 columns to support a roof. A fifth column is not supporting anything, but yet it's in the midst of the 4. This is a method to destroy. This is a Trojan horse. If you want to destroy an organization, you become the organization. You infiltrate the organization and you destroy it from within. There have been famous people who have made comments about the process of destroying an organization. You don't do it from without, you do it from within. Nothing is more effective. And this is what the fifth column technique is. If you watched a radio series called V, which was a remake of the old series about the invasion of the aliens that were coming to Earth and posing as a benevolent group, but they actually were taking over. In there, there was a resistance movement that was trying to wake up the public, and they were called the Fifth Column. Really, in reality, the Fifth Column is just like Rockefeller said. The best way to win a contest is to control both sides. How do you control both sides? You become the organization you want to destroy. Have you seen how many herb companies have been bought up by pharmaceutical companies in the last 5 or 10 years? I'd love to get more into that too, but we're really running low on time and it's getting very, very late. You've seen, I want to get into, there's so much I would love to get into, these magicians. I'm just whetting your appetite for what I'd like to get into next week. Magicians. There are so many magicians that are doing magic that is, and they're becoming more popular on television, that is seemingly absolutely impossible. There's one magician who will make a fruit, a piece of fruit appear inside of another fruit. Perfectly edible, but just transform. You've probably seen some of these coming forward in the last 10 years. Why? What is the idea? One common thread you start realizing about these magicians is that the few who will speak candidly will actually tell you that they made a deal. They went into the woods, sometimes for 2 or 3 weeks, and they gave themselves. They made a deal. There is, if you go to the Global Skywatch website, go to the homepage, you'll see in the summer my chemtrail story, which is my chemtrail story. There's an article. Bible. I'm sorry, wrong article. This article called themselves. There's a clip in this article from 60s. It's this one.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
He is there's so much we could talk about here. I wish I'd get into this earlier. Talk about making deals with the presence.
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
Listen to what he just said. This is real. This is not a joke. This is not something that happens. This is something that when you understand what's going on in these people's minds, it will make you understand the world. And I'm going to tell you why in just a moment.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing.
Why do you still do it? Bob Dylan gets asked. Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here? In other words, why are you still out here making music? Bob Dylan says it goes back to the destiny thing. Listen.
I made a bargain with it,
Listen to that clip. That was edited. I made a deal with the, and if you listen to the audio carefully, and I have 100 times, he starts the sound of the letter D. I made a deal with it, and they cut it. Watch this.
Long time ago, and bargain with it, I made a bargain with it.
I'm sorry, let me correct myself. He says, he starts the D sound. I made a bargain with the, and then the audio is cut out and says a long time ago. So the way the audio actually reads is, I made a bargain with a long time ago. But he says the D sound. Now, you've heard a lot of people say, there's an old saying that says, yeah, you made a deal with the devil. He says, you can hear him say the D sound, but it is cut. The audio is cut. And the word devil is cut. Listen.
To bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
So the interviewer says, why are you still out there? Why are you still doing what you do? And he says, well, I made a bargain with a long time ago, and I'm still holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where?
What was your bargain?
I am now.
To get where I am now. So he made a bargain to get where he is now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
Can I ask who you made the bargain with? So the interviewer is getting right to the point. And he laughs nervously.
With the chief commander.
With the chief commander. Masons call Lucifer the great architect.
On this earth?
On this earth? See, the interview knows what he's talking about. Bob Dylan has a nervous, what I call a denial smile right there. He's got a denial smile.
This earth and then in the world we can't see.
So he made a bargain with someone on this earth and someone in the world we can't see. If you look online, you'll find, on YouTube, you'll find a series of videos about musicians who have made deals. In the deals, this comes down to Eminem and Jay-Z and all of these popular musicians. And their deals are in their songs, they glorify someone called the Rain Man. What is a Rain Man? A Rain Man is someone who makes it rain. Rain. The music industry all over the place. They make movies about the Rain Man. The Rain Man is the demon spirit that they make a deal with that gives them their fame and fortune. Today you see an onslaught of magicians who have made a deal, and now they're performing magic that is incomprehensible. Why is this happening? You are going to see things in your lifetime that people have only dreamed that they would ever see. Good and bad. We are on the brink of the pinnacle of history, and this is why I take the time to sit behind this microphone, because the research that I have done has put together enough information so that it makes sense to me, and I therefore feel obligated to it. When when Moses stood before Pharaoh, the magicians did tricks that mocked. The magicians of Pharaoh did tricks that mocked what Moses did. The lie, one of the lies that are going to be told to defame Christ and to glorify Lucifer so that you will be inducted into the New World Order, because that's what it is going to be that Christ was just a magician, just like you see on television today. He's just a magician, but he's not just a magician. There's a reason why the elite are picking on Christians. If you watch the movie I recommended earlier from Gail Ripplinger that talks about the New World Order Bible versions, look that up on YouTube. You'll find great information about that. You'll find out that the former owner of Fox, I'm losing, forgot his name, owned the copyright to the New International Version of the Bible. They have retranslated it over and over. The NIV, the ASB, the NASB. I actually saw the Living Bible, a Catholic version of the Bible that actually retranslated a phrase in Peter where it says, prophecy did not come by the will of man, but holy prophets of old spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. They inserted the word only so that it read this way instead. Scripture did not come only by the will of man, but holy prophets of old, etc., etc. This all comes as part of changing Scripture, because they're always picking on Christians. And I can document this also through what William Cooper taught, that Christians will not be welcome into the new ecumenical movement that is being led by the Catholics that bring all the religions together. They are the ones that will be excluded, and there's a reason for this. There's so much more I want to share, but I highly recommend going to Orbis Vitae and watching the videos on these subjects. It is now midnight. One last thing I'd love to share before we go, and hopefully we can get deeper into this, and I know this is all a little disjointed, but it all actually is very profoundly connected, is there are people today who study the occult, they study sacred geometry, and I'm going to give you something to think about that is critically important. Those entities that have channeled the knowledge, because this is like Helena Blavatsky and Annie Besant and all of these occultists, Aleister Crowley, Charya S., all of these, who channeled, like Dwal Kul, who was supposedly the Tibetan, spirit that channeled all this so-called truth. These people who wrote these books and claimed to channel all of this information, the one thing that you have to realize is that they're trying to sell you the idea that there is an occult and that it's going to save you. It's going to be the salvation of human beings. The problem is, and they're trying to sell it to you by saying, well, the elites are practicing these things, but that's the dark occult. But really, you need to be part of the light occult. And it's all, a big difference. Here's the problem. The problem is that these beings who have given this information to mankind, who did they give it to? Who did they give all of this advanced information to that has enabled the development of advanced technologies? Because there's a lot of talk from people who talk about the great benefits that we could get from occult information. The problem is, this information was given to the very people who oppress you today, to the musicians that lure you into things that don't help society at all, to the magicians who are part of the deception, who have sold their souls, to the elitists, because when you watch the whistleblowers who have come out, and this is critical to understand, they will tell you that at the high levels you don't even get in unless the spirits themselves invite you through their channelers. They will tell you who to go out and approach to be in their meetings, to be part of their organizations. And the reason I'm telling you this is to let you know that these writings, whether they're from Aleister Crowley, whether they're from Annie Besant, whether they're from Helena Blavatsky, whether they're from Manly P. Hall, all of this beautiful sounding secret information that is being revealed today has nothing to do with saving you, and has everything to do with pulling you into a belief system that is being utilized by the elites to control you. If you have to realize that before you can have knowledge and the power that comes with it, you have to have morality. But this knowledge has been given to, on a silver platter, to the most immoral of men and women. And it is being used to control the population. If you joined Zeitgeist, if you, like Peter Joseph or Jordan Maxwell or Michael Sarian or the Venus Project, you drank the Kool-Aid already. The New World Order, as it will be sold to the general public, is Zeitgeist, is the Venus Project. They will sell you a utopian society, but they will first attack the Bible and Christianity. Why does the Zeitgeist movie begin by claiming that Christianity is just a false manifestation of astrotheology, which is a complete lie? It's been completely debunked. Half of the information in there is completely made up, and the other half has nothing to do with the Bible or Christianity. And this may be hard for some people to hear because you have a hatred for these things. I've seen people online that just hate the Bible, hate God, because they think so much evil is done in the name of religion. But the real evil that's being done is being done by those who control the technology, who control the FDA, who control the EPA, who control the large corporations of the world. What is their belief system? What are they trying to sell to you? What are the bag of goods that they have tried to sell to you? They literally believe that Lucifer is God. This is the religion of the elites. The Bible talks about in the end time there will be a great lie. And what is going to happen? Many things are going to happen, and they're already happening. And I've talked about this a few weeks ago. One of these things is that the Dead Sea will become two bodies of water. The southern miry portions will be given over to salt. The northern portion will become a rich fishing ground. And the Arabah, which is the desert surrounding the Dead Sea, will become very rich farmland. That's not going to happen in the future. That's a prophecy from Isaiah 35 and the book of Ezekiel, the end of Ezekiel. It's already happened. The Dead Sea has reduced its water level about 70 feet. A cleft has divided it into two separate bodies of water, and the salinity levels are decreasing. Farmers have bought up the land around the Dead Sea, which is one of the deadest deserts in the world, called the Arabah, and are growing record crops, record-producing crops on that land. That is happening right now. The elites, by looking and starving for power, have gone to spiritual channelers for wisdom, for knowledge, so that they can have the power that they lust after. And in the process of doing so, they have been indoctrinated spiritually into believing that Lucifer is God. And you can read this right out of ISIS Unveiled, Blavatsky's book, and other books, Crowley. And I not recommended reading really, but if you need to verify these things, go ahead. When you understand what is going on in the world, this is the largest deception in the history of the world, and if you don't know it, then you will receive a mark on your right hand or forehead so that you can buy or sell, because you won't understand that the prophecy that was given in the book of Revelation, chapter 13, this is about 666, was about you. It intimately affects you. In fact, it affects you more than chemtrails, and that's why I will reveal to you why I do this show, why I sit here and talk to you about these very strange things, because the majority of people are not going to believe them. But this message is not for the majority of people, because the prophecies tell us that the majority of people will reject God and they will buy the lie. But if you are one of the precious few who are listening to this message, this prophecy may be for you. Don't ever take the mark on your right hand or your forehead that will enable you to buy or sell. If you want to see one of the Rockefeller brothers revealed as talking about that mark, go to orbisvitae.com. Go down to the Geopolitical Research Forum, and I think it's in the conspiracies, same forum I've been showing you before. Nope, it's not in here. See, I even have a hard time. There's so much information here. But there's a famous interview with Aaron Russo, who's a Hollywood producer, who had an interview with Alex Jones, and one of the Rockefeller brothers contacted him because he was almost made governor of Chicago. He ran and was very popular. And so the Rockefellers wanted to recruit him. And he didn't become recruited. In fact, became a whistleblower instead. And the Rockefeller brothers revealed to him that they're going to chip everybody. And that way, if somebody acts wrongly or tries to rebel against the system, they'll just turn their chip off. So they can't buy food, they can't do anything in society. That's why they want to make everything electronic, because it's easy to control people. It's not me saying this. This came right from Aaron Russo. He was the producer of Trading Places, a movie with Eddie Murphy, and The Rose. He produced that with Bette Midler. Well, Revelation 13 says you'll receive a mark in your right hand or forehead, without which you will not be able to buy or sell. And that is upon us. We're very, very close to that time. So the most important message I can give you is the message from Revelation 14, the very next chapter, which says, those who receive the mark shall be cast into the lake of fire. And that sounds very harsh, but what's really harsh is when people ignore the callings of the truth over and over. This message to you can be a curse or a blessing. Are you going to listen, or are you going to ignore it? I've studied this for a long time. I put the pieces together, and it all makes sense, because you're living in the pinnacle of history right now, and you will be faced. If you don't pass away first in the ensuing chaos, you will be faced with a question. You either accept this mark, or you stick your head in the guillotine, or you get on the bus and you go to the FEMA camp. You're going to have to make that choice. And if you don't understand that the price of that choice is your soul, just like the video you just saw. If you don't understand the implications of that choice, it will be a tremendous loss, and we don't want that to happen. So, for those who are listening to this, please understand that you're going to see a man walk into the temple, declare himself to be God. He will blaspheme God, the real God, and those who rule the world will be pushing the Luciferic religion on the public, which is happening right now in Saturday morning cartoons. I'm just giving you the tip of the iceberg right now. There's so much that I could present. But it is past midnight on the East Coast, and so I'll have to go tonight. And hopefully we'll pick this up next weekend, and perhaps we'll keep the phone calls short and just get right into it. I'm not sure. It depends on people truly interested in hearing this. So, Isaiah 35, check out the prophecies about the Arabah. The word is translated in the New King James, or the Old King James Version translation, which is the best translation, as desert. But if you look up language, actually Arabah, which is the desert that surrounds the Dead Sea. That's already happened. Dead Sea salinity is decreasing. It's divided into two separate bodies of water. That's already been done. God says, I will do this because people who come from the southern portions to see the Messiah will need provisions along the way. In other words, we're going to need food. We're going to need water. There will be pools there. In fact, I have a big article. Let me see. I'll show this maybe as my last thing I'll show you tonight. Let me see if I can find this article real quick to show to you about the Arabah. Yep, I think I have it here. What the prophecy says is there will be pools of water that will form in Arabah, the deserts from the Dead Sea. There will be pools that will fill huge aquifer from below. The prophecy doesn't talk directly about the aquifer, it just talks about that these pools will form. Here's an article from July 2015. The Dead Sea is disappearing at an alarming rate, leaving behind thousands of sinkholes that are chipping away at the coastline's vibrant and touristy atmosphere. Look at this picture. See that picture? Looks like the moon. Look at this. What do you see there? There's a pool. Pool of water. There's the Dead Sea. The number of developing sinkholes could be reduced by diverting less water from the Jordan River. Look at this. Looks like the moon. This is happening now. Look at the pools of water. Look at this. Dead Sea sediments that are exposed by the rapid fall of the water level. Let me open up a program and I'll read to you what this is all about. We'll call it a show. I wish I could get into this so much more. I should get in much earlier, but we end up chatting and stuff, which I enjoy. But hang in there with me for just a second. Let me open this up and show you this directly from the source. Here we are. Let me bring this up into your view here so you can see this too. I want you to see this firsthand. Again, this is the tip of the iceberg. There's so much about these prophecies that are absolutely mind-blowing. Isaiah 35. The wilderness and the solitary place shall be glad for them, And the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. The desert shall blossom as a rose. Sounds kind of vague, doesn't it? But if you look at the word desert, look at that. That's the word Arabah. The Arabah, what is the Arabah? This is the Arabah. Here it is. Here are the pictures happening right now. It shall blossom abundantly. This is happening right now. And rejoice, even with joy and singing. The glory of Lebanon shall be given unto it. The excellency of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord and the excellency of our God. Strengthen the weak hands. Confirm the feeble knees. Let's keep reading. Go through here. Let me find it for you. Then shall the lame man leap as an heart, and a tongue of the dumb sing, for in the wilderness shall waters break out, and streams in the desert. What is that word desert? Arabah. And the parched ground shall become a pool, and the thirsty land springs of water. In the habitation of dragons, and that's not really the word dragon, that means jackals. A lot of people use this, and they look at that word in Old English and they say, "Oh, look, the Bible is talking about dragons." No, it's not. You just haven't done your research. Where they lay shall be grass with reeds and rushes. This is happening right now. Pools are forming right there. There are the pictures. In the thirsty land, springs of water. Okay, and an highway shall be there, and the way of it shall be called the way of holiness. The unclean shall not pass over, but it shall be for those, the wayfaring men. Those fools shall not err therein. No lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast shall go up thereon. Shall not be found there, but the redeemed shall walk there. So there's going to be a highway in that area, and this is already coming to pass. And the ransom of the Lord shall return and come to Zion with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads, and they shall obtain joy, gladness, and sorrow, and sighing shall flee away. These are the people who come from the southern portions, and I won't get into this right now, come to see the Messiah returned, which is coming very soon. By all indications, the evidence looks like it's coming very, very soon. I know people have said this for decades, but I mean, this is kind of upon us here with all of this happening. Again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So people will be able to travel up the King's Highway, which will bring them to Jerusalem, where something amazing will happen. That's it for tonight. There's so much more I want to get into, but it is 12:23 on the East Coast. Please take time to watch the videos that I showed you. I want you to know that I know very well that the majority of people are not going to listen. The majority of people are not going to pay attention. They don't care. They don't want to know. It's too scary. It doesn't seem to pertain to their lives. But nothing pertains to their lives more than this. And this is why I do this broadcast. This is why I talk about chemtrails. Because there's only one thing bigger than chemtrails that affects all of us, every single last one of us. And it is this. Because these things are happening right now, and every one of us who lives through the chaos soon coming to us will be questioned, will be confronted with this question from Revelation 13 that I told you about earlier. What does it say? This is one of the most famous verses in the Bible that people learn about. And he causes, who is this? The beast. That's who the he is. Causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark. And the word mark comes from a word that means to look like a fence. And the fence in those days looked like a picket fence. Like, you could picture it like black and white stripes. Like vertical lines. What do you know? Why did that word, the etymology of that word, actually just happen to look like something like a picket fence? He will force poor, free, bond, slave to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell unless, that's the word save, he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. So there's three things. You have the mark, or the name, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. The number 6 in biblical numerology is the number of man. The number 3 is the number of the triune God. I'm tempted to go through all the numbers with you right now. Like number 3, triune God. Number 4 is always associated with the creative works of Christ. Like the fourth word in the Bible. Let me show you this. Going to Genesis chapter 1. Check this out. Actually, I don't have the Hebrew here. If I had the Hebrew, this would blow your mind, because the fourth word is not translated, but it's the letters Aleph Tav, the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And it's a reference to Christ for those who do their research, because Christ calls himself in the Greek alphabet at the very end of Revolution, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the beginning and the end. And in the beginning, the first few words of the scripture of the Bible are, let me check again, make sure they don't appear here. In the beginning is one word. God created. In the Hebrew, reads right to left, and these are actually in a different order. The word in the beginning, the second word is created. That means he divided it from himself, because the number 2 is to divide. 2 is division. So the first word is in the beginning. This is in the encompassing the beginning of all time, the number of 1. The second word is created. That's when you divide. The number 2 is the number of division. You divide one thing from another. So that's the second word in Genesis. The third word is God, the triune God, the number 3. The fourth word, here it is. Here it is. It's in parentheses. They have it in parentheses here because there is no English translation for the word. If you look down, and I can't point to it with a mouse because it'll go away, but if you look down in this little yellow square, oh, I'm sorry, my gosh, it's outside of what you can see. There you go. If you look at this word here, there's God, the word God, which is Elohim, which is the common word for God. God didn't reveal his name until Abraham. Then his name changed because he traded his name because he made a covenant, and his name appears differently from that point. That's one of the incredible things about the Bible that people know about. All right, here's the word. This is Hebrew word 853 in the Strong's Concordance. This is the letters. You can see the little blue letters. You can probably barely make them out, but it's the letters Aleph Tav, the first and last letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Aleph Tav, or Tau. Aleph Tau. Why is that there? There's no translation. Because the number 4 is the number that relates to the creative works of Christ, the creation in the physical realm, in this dimension of Christ. And guess what? That's the fourth word, the fourth Hebrew word. So you have in the beginning is the first word, created is the second word, that's division. 3 is the third word, God, the triune God. 4, which is not translated in English, so unless you have an interlinear Bible, which I do, you would never see it. The number of the creative works of Christ. 5, heaven. The number 5 is the number of grace. 6, the dwelling place of man, because number 6 is the number of man. Number 7 is spiritual perfection. Number 8 is the beginning of a new cycle. Number 9, now you hear a lot about 9/11, because 9 is a magical number. It has to do with an ascension in the occult. It has a meaning that's different. The numbers 9, 11, and 13 are very negative numbers in biblical numerology, but it has been changed to fool the elite. But the ironic thing is when they use the number 9 is the number of judgment in biblical numerology. The number 11 is the number of chaos, like governmental chaos or chaos, which is one short of 12, which is the governmental completion. And the number 13 is the number of rebellion. And if you look in the Old Testament, you look at the rebellious people, you look at the numbers of their names, which is called gematria, when you calculate the number of a name using the alphabetical, the numerical values of the alphabetical letters. The rebellious people had the number 13 as a factor in their name. The Levites, which were the special priests, had the number 8 as a factor in their name, and other Israelites besides Levites had the number 7 as a factor in their name. And, you go to church, you'll never hear this. This is astonishing stuff that is consistent through all the books of the Bible, but you won't hear this stuff in the church, unfortunately. So anyway, that brings us to the earth. The earth was without form and void. It doesn't mean this word was without form and void means became. It's a better translation, showing that there was something beforehand. A lot of people say the earth is 6,000 years old, but if you look carefully at Scripture, I think it's a lot older. And that gets into some very interesting studies, and it makes a lot of scientific sense, too, when you start looking at the details. So that opens up a whole other can of worms, which is very, very interesting and fascinating. But anyway, so that's the first sentence of Scripture. The numerology is astonishing because the gematria, the number of these words, is very revealing. So let's get back to Revelation 13. Amazing stuff here. So we're looking at Revelation 13, the number 666. Right here. Names given to him in tongues. For it is the number of a man, and his number is 603 score 6. So 666. Fascinating study on that number alone. You can put all of the Roman numerals into a square, so that, and this is the Rome. This has to do with the kingdom of Rome. This is the numbering system of the kingdom of Rome, and this is part of the way that God reveals, just like He reveals that the use of the number 9 by the elites in occult numerology means the number of judgment, but in occult numerology it means something very positive. But if you understand biblical numerology, you can actually retranslate it into judgment. Same thing with 11, same thing with 13. And it gives a whole different meaning. So if you have an understanding of the higher biblical numerology, then you won't succumb to the twisted meanings of the occult numerology that has been handed over to us from channelers. These channelers that I spoke about earlier are referred to in the Bible as those who give us the doctrines of demons. The Bible says, do not pay heed, do not give heed, do not obey, do not pay attention to the doctrines of demons. Well, what is a doctrine? A belief system of demons. So there's a belief system given to mankind from demons. Well, how do they give mankind a belief system? Through channelers, through those who channel the demons, who do automatic writing, who do possession, who Aleister Crowley did this, Helena Blavatsky did this, Annie Besant did this, many Acharya, many of these famous occultists. Dwal Khul is one of the Tibetan master who is channeled by Blavatsky and by Acharya. And Acharya's written something like 17 books, more than 17 books, channeled. Aleister Crowley did these things. And what is all this information that they provide for you that gives you sacred geometry? And I'm not saying there isn't a lot of truth, and sacred geometry is beautiful and powerful and amazing. The problem is the way that the doctrines of demons work is when they're given to you, the way they make you believe it is not by the quality of the information, but by the quantity. When you don't have the truth, when you tell the truth, it's simple, it's short, and it's direct. But when you fabricate a lie, that's when it gets complicated. That's when it gets convoluted. That's when it takes a long time to explain. So, when these doctrines of demons were given and men began to obey them, men began to believe them, it was because there was so much information. They contained a lot of truth. The occult writings contain a lot of truth, a lot of beautiful things, but those things are attributed to Lucifer's creation when they should be attributed to God, the creator of that being. Now, what prophecy talks about in, I think it's in Jude, talks about how it uses the word, let me see if I can find it here, and I may be in the wrong book. It's late and I'm trying to do this stuff by memory. Talks about how Lucifer trafficked, and really what it means is he marketed himself. He promoted himself. He did self-promotion. This was before the fall. And I'm saying this to bring out this point of these writings, because this is what, when you understand the biblical perspective, which unfortunately a lot of occultists don't, their first contact with these supernatural writings were not with the Bible, and you tend to believe and give credibility to the first thing you're exposed to. It's just a human tendency. Doesn't mean you can't overcome it, but it's just a human tendency. The problem is when all of this information is given to you, if you don't understand the biblical perspective, you will be overwhelmed with the beauty and the depth and the intricacy of how all of the occult information ties together. And it is fascinating. It is amazing. It will draw you in. It'll suck you in, and it will help you to understand the way a lot of things work. The problem is it doesn't save you. And that is the lie. It won't get you to the better place. And there's a lot of talk about higher vibration, that we're going to have spiritual evolution, that we're about to go through a spiritual evolution. We're not about to go through a spiritual evolution. We're about to go through, or we are going through right now, a filter for those who will recognize and believe the truth, or those who will be seduced because of the quantity or the beauty of the information that is occult information. Because this information has been given to perverse men, to powerful men, who have used it to oppress, who have used it to deceive, have used it to seduce, which is what you see magicians and the music industry and the elites doing to the public. If you want to know if the doctrines of demons, or the writings of Acharyas, or the writings of Manly P. Hall, or the writings of Elena Blavatsky, or the writings of Annie Besant, or the writings of these others, so many others, who have written and channeled, by their own admission, I'm not making this up, this is what they say, channeled spiritual revelation. If you don't understand ahead of time that there is such a thing that the Bible calls doctrines of demons, you will get sucked in. And you won't have anything to reference it to. It's not a spiritual evolution. That is the lie. It's not a spiritual evolution. It is a filter. It is a seduction. It is what is used by one of the books in the Bible talking about how Satan promoted himself. Let me take a look here and see. Well, there's so much. I could go on and talk about this in detail. I just want to get as much out there as I can for those who are interested. Just be very careful. I see people promoting occult and saying there's a light occult and there's a dark occult. But that is just the fifth column splitting itself against each other, saying, oh, the elites of the dark occult, but you can go ahead and achieve this spiritual evolution by becoming part of the light occult. You know, there's nothing wrong with truth, but the problem is if you don't know how to discern truth from the lies and you jump into the doctrines of demons, you will not know what is the truth and what is the lie, and you will end up being seduced. So you have to have a reference. You have to know what it's all about. And in fact, you'd be better off not even knowing it. And unfortunately, as someone who's talking to you about Scripture, there are movies made about people like me. Anastasia, interesting movie. There was a great library that she was trying to protect, had all this knowledge, but the dirty, evil Christians outside who were all animalistic and dressed in dark garb, and they had dirt all over their faces, and they had contorted faces. They always portray them this way. They wanted to burn the library because they didn't want anybody to have the knowledge. And really, and that's how they portray the Christians in that movie. Really, the opposite is true. The elites have channeled this information. And Walter Veith, who actually gives lectures, who is the lecturer in some of those videos I showed you, his father was one of the deliverers of channeled information to world leaders. So he knows firsthand, and that's why he's such a fantastic lecturer. He knows about this stuff. But they portray the Christians as the people who are trying to keep the knowledge out and away from the people. But see, this is what evil always does. Let me give you an example. You pay income tax. But guess what? There was a time when there was no such thing as income tax. And the reason there's no such thing as income tax is because it's immoral. Because your labor is your property. And you derive all of your other physical property from your labor. And so it's considered by the forefathers, at least some of them, as your most valuable property, is your labor. So when you go to work for someone, they give you money, which is their property, in exchange for your property. It's a barter. It's an exchange. And your property, because the Bible, because God values personal property ownership, nobody can take your property away from you without your consent. If they do, they're called a thief. Nobody can take it away. Therefore, you can go to work for somebody, trade your property, which is your labor, for their property, which is money, and it's not taxable. It's not taxable because your property can never be taken away from you without your consent. Therefore, the whole idea of taxing somebody based on income is immoral because it violates the biblical principle of property ownership. You can't tax somebody on their labor or on the derivative of their labor, which is their income. It's immoral. It's biblically immoral. God hates it. It is a socialistic New World Order concept. It is not a biblical concept. But this is what evil does, is the government, the people who have taken over. I'm not anti-government. I mean, government is good and important as long as it's a righteous government. It's when it becomes corrupt that it's very destructive. What government has done is exactly what evil does, is they say, oh, you know what? We're going to take away that right, and then we're going to license it back to you for a price. Aren't we nice? We're going to take and we're going to create 501c3 corporations that don't have to pay taxes, but there are strings attached. If you're a 501c3, you can't endorse candidates. If you're a church, you can't be involved in politics. You can't endorse a candidate. And that's how they get churches out of politics, because they didn't want Christianity influencing politics, because they wanted to promote their property ownership. They wanted to take your property. And that's what it was all about. Power, control, money. By power, really about power, because by power you attain money. So they took your right to property ownership, which excludes their ability to tax your income. They stole that from you, and then they licensed it back to you so they could control your behavior. And that's exactly what happens with the occult. Is they say, here, we're going to give you power. But you already have power. You don't need to know endless things. And in the movie Anastasia, they demonize the Christians as saying, oh, we want to keep knowledge away from people. When actually, the knowledge was given to the elites by the demons through channelers, and the elites use that to oppress you and then blame the Christians. They blame Yahweh. They blame the God of the Bible. There is so much defamation and slander going on against the God of the Bible, which, because I know the Bible very well, again, I don't consider myself a scholar, but I know it quite well. It's amazing how much slander is going on today. And it's false. It's lie after lie after lie. And they'll take some mistranslated... I've seen so many mistranslated verses out of the new versions of the Bible that have been purposely and intentionally mistranslated, used to slander God, and people fall for it. But the people who fall for it are the suckers. They are the victims. But they're becoming self-victims because they're not having the willingness to check it out themselves. You have to do your own research. Listen to what William Cooper told you. William Cooper had what I believe is probably the greatest talk show of all time, The Hour of the Time. You want to see it? Go to Orbis Vitae website. Scroll down the home page. Here's a series right here. There's William Cooper with his dog. Mystery Babylon. Go here. 42-part radio series. You should listen to every part. One of the most important radio series in history of this planet. He talks about the very things I'm talking to you about right now. He was murdered at his house, William Cooper was, for revealing these things. He actually predicted 9/11. He was a great researcher. I hope you take the time to listen to it, and he talks about the things I'm telling you right now. Take your time every Saturday, listen to a few. Take an hour or two out and listen to some of this stuff. But that's what the fallen angels do. They give you occultism. The elites use it to control you and oppress you, and then they blame the Christians for oppressing you. They say religion is the cause of all chaos and wars and fighting, when it's not true. The bankers cause the wars. They're the ones who cause the wars, and then they blame it on God and the Bible. Go to Orbis Vitae. Go to the Media Depot. Scroll down to the Geopolitical Research Forum. Then go down to the first listed forum called Conspiracies, Introductions, and Overviews. And watch this video. All wars are bankers' wars. Another one that should be a must watch for every person in every civilized country. It's not religion. It's not Christianity anyway. It is the elites. Those who created Buddhism. They created Islam. They created all of these things. That's what e pluribus unum means on the $1 bill. In many one. There's one person behind all of these things. And that comes from an occult writing that reveals who that one person is. I'm not making this up. You want to know who that one person is? Go to Orbis Vitae. Go to the Media Depot. See all these videos listed across the top. Scroll over to the video called Apollyon Rising 2012. This astonishing video reveals who the one is.
The reality radio.
Who is the one who is mentioned on your money, e pluribus unum, in many one? Who is the one? This video will tell you who the one is. It's the same one that the occult promotes as God. And he presents himself as many. He promotes himself as Buddha. That was him. He promotes himself as Shiva. These are not me saying this. This is coming right from their own literature. The truth is there if you want it. I have done my homework, and what I have discovered is so important that I sit here and I will look like a fool in the eyes of the majority of people who listen to this. But only for a little while will I look like a fool, because the day will come very shortly when people will wish that they listened. And I will be glad that I tried to reach out and tell people these things, because if I kept it in, I would have great regret. All of this information that goes beyond chemtrails. We have two big websites that we support. The one you know about is Global Skywatch. This is all about chemtrails. And there's a lot of other information covered in the general news feed, which you'll see here. There's two news feeds. There's a chemtrail news feed and the general news feed. The general news feed has all the non-chemtrail news covered. That's why it's called Chemtrails, Other News and Information. That's the one website we support. The other one is Orbis Vitae. This covers everything else. So once you want to learn who these people are, why they do what they do, what they're going to do in the future, go to Orbis Vitae, go to the Media Depot, and if you're just starting out, go to this place, the Geopolitical Research Forum, or you can go directly to the Conspiracies Introduction and Overviews Forum by clicking right here. You can also get to it by clicking Geopolitical Research, and you can get to the Conspiracies, Introductions, and Overviews right here. And watch every one of these videos. I'll list it here. All the ones that say secret news and that have thumbtacks. These are sticky posts because these are the most important ones to watch. Watch them all. Even if you don't think you agree with them, make yourself watch them, because when you start putting it all together and you understand the big picture, then you will realize how important Revelation 13 is. Because here's the crux of the matter. Revelation 14. In Revelation 13, we read about 666. Remember, 6 is the number man, 3 is the number of the triune God. So it's man trying to look like God. And man actually is allying himself with the demonic realm by heeding the doctrines of demons, fooling the public. And that's what this is about. But the most important thing is when you get to Revelation 14. Because here, the Let me get rid of all these numbers. I know it's a little... These numbers give you the definition of every single word. So you can actually look, what is the original word in Hebrew? How does it translate to Greek? What is the definition? So you can really do a study. Let me get them out of the way so we can see a little clearer. Talking about receiving the mark of the beast in Revelation 13 on your right hand or forehead. Do you want to receive it? No, you don't, and here's why. Let me find where I want to read it, where I want to start reading to you, so I don't have to read you the whole chapter, although I recommend that you do read the whole chapter. Here it is, Revelation 14:9. You're going to see things, and even if you don't believe this right now, you're going to see such incredible things happen in the next few months and couple years that you're going to start to realize that this stuff is real. And that's why there's going to be a revival in the next couple years. There are going to be so many people that realize they should have listened, and they're going to start humbling themselves. Revelation 14:9, and the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or his hand. Remember, that's the mark that we just learned about in the previous chapter 13. The mark that is 666. 666. So this angel followed, and he's announcing, if any man worship the beast and his image and receive the mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. God is very unhappy with these people, and there's very good reason for it. He is completely justified in what he's doing. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb, and the smoke of their torment ascends up forever and ever, for they have no rest day nor night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God in the faith of Jesus, which is really named Yeshua. And I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, write, blessed are the dead which die in the Lord from henceforth, yea, saith the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors in the works which do follow them. That's interesting, the works which do follow them. People say when you die, you don't take anything with you. That's not true. You take one thing with you. You take your works. What have you done while you have been here? God gave you a body. What did you do? What did you do? What did you spend your time doing in that body? He doesn't expect you to kill yourself and go crazy. But what did you do? Good or evil? And I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and upon the cloud one sat like the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, thrust my sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he that sat on the cloud thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. Now, where this is getting into, I'm trying to get to this one point. The bottom line I'm trying to get into is you do not want to receive the mark of the beast, spoken of in Revelation 13, because those that do lose their chance for the true salvation, not the false salvation that's going to come through occultism, through the occult. The occult going to a higher, vibrating at a higher frequency, that is all doctrines of demons. It's not going to happen by your own will. It's not going to happen. You don't do that by attaining knowledge. The knowledge is a distraction. The important thing before you can have access to that knowledge is that you have the morality to be worthy of that knowledge. And then I believe in the next life, these mysteries will be revealed to you. You will see and know things that are incomprehensible on this earth. You have to understand that the word okaterion is used of those angels which fell, which followed Lucifer. Those who fell and followed him, a third of the angels, left their habitation. And that word habitation, in I think it's Genesis 6, is the word okaterion. And it's referring to the body, the heavenly body. Right now we have a physical body. Paul talks about the heavenly body, which is the okaterion. That is the super body. That is the high vibration body, so to speak. I'm not trying to be all ethereal on you if you're Christians. But those in the occult who are trying to attain higher vibration by occult knowledge, that's not how you get it. That's not how you get an okaterion. Those beings who fell and decided to follow Lucifer and to rebel against God left their bodies. And you can watch City of Angels, a movie with, I keep saying George Clooney. It's not George Clooney. It's, wow, I always forget his name. But it's about an angel that saw a woman who was so beautiful, he left his body, and then he started to experience pain. Well, it's funny. There's a lot of movies that kind of have that theme, but that okaterion is the same word that's used, that what we will be clothed with. In my Father's house are many mansions. In his kingdom are many mansions. And I go to prepare a place for you. You will be robed. You will inhabit the okaterion. That is the body that they have given up. This is why they hate you, because you are replacing them. If you are a believer, you are going to inhabit and replace those who rebelled against God. You're going to take their places. And they hate you, they resent you. And that is the okaterion. So the bottom line message here is don't take the mark. If you do, you lose your chance to be in that place of rest, in that body, which I think we will probably spend eternity doing incredible things, roaming the universe, which is really big, and doing things that we probably can't even comprehend right now, but living a very good existence. But if you rebel, if you don't want to know, how many people do you know who don't want to know about chemtrails? You remember last week, I think it was last week, I talked about where Christ says in Revelation, he says, I do not reject you because you're hot or cold, but because you're lukewarm. It's like, it's not so bad. It's good if you're passionately good. And if you're passionately evil, you'll eventually probably become good unless you're a rebel to the core, of course. So I don't reject you because you're hot or cold, but because you're lukewarm, because you don't care. What is the difference between a mechanic who cares and doesn't care? A plumber who cares and doesn't care. Imagine a world where everybody cared. It would make all the difference in the world. Is there anything more disgusting or despicable in God's eyes than a person who doesn't care? A person who is selfish, self-focused, self-righteous, who will step on anyone else to get what they want, who doesn't care who they hurt. What kind of a world does that make? Well, we already know because we live in it. What we look forward to if we're willing to believe, truly believe. And if you do, it will change you. And I know that firsthand. If you're willing to care, you will not take the mark. Because by taking that mark, it will only be done by people who don't care. They don't really care. And have you noticed that the majority of people don't want to know about chemtrails? They don't want to be bothered with the truth. Even though it affects everybody, their children, and they say, oh, I love my children. And they may love their children, of course. But do they love them enough to face their own fears, to face themselves? Are they willing to make a sacrifice? Because that's what real love does, is it makes a sacrifice. It does something for someone else that has no benefit for you. No benefit for you. You give something of yourself to someone else with no benefit to yourself. But if you truly don't care, you won't want to know. You will remain what Paul calls willfully ignorant. Paul talks about those who remain willfully ignorant. They don't want to know. Why? Because they don't want responsibility. Why? Because they don't care. They want what they want. They want comfort. They want computer games. They want entertainment. They want good food. But they don't want to give back. They don't want to face the truth. They don't want to improve themselves. They just want what they want. It is the ultimate selfishness to not care. The world is the way it is today because of people that don't care. Can you imagine if everybody you told about chemtrails cared and they said, well, let me learn more. I want to know more. I want to be involved. I can't believe this is the biggest crime in history. The spraying would stop in 3 months, if not sooner, if everybody cared. But the spraying continues because people who don't care. Probably not the people who are listening to this radio shows or to many other alternative radio shows. People who care. Different kind of person. But you start to realize when you try to teach people about something like this, how many people truly don't care. It shocks people. I learned this 2 decades ago because I had a meeting at my house when I started learning about government corruption, and I got 14 people to come to my little house, and it was standing room only. In the month following, I had another meeting, and I invited all the people back and invited more. 4 showed up. 4. It was pathetic. And I went to all the people I invited back who didn't come, and I said, no judgment. I'm not judging you. I just want to know what we did wrong. Why didn't you come to the next meeting? And they said, it was too scary. That was the most honest answer I would get from people who would be honest with me. It's too scary. What does that mean? It means it's uncomfortable. It doesn't feel good. And I'm more concerned with feeling good than I am with the truth. And that's what separates everybody. That's what separates people who care from people who don't care. Are you willing to know the truth, to understand the value of the truth, to care about reality? Because you know that in order to do anything good, to be effective in this world, to help somebody who's sick, to do anything good, you have to know truth. But there are those other people who don't want to know because they know instinctively from their childhood that once you know something, you're responsible. And they don't want to be responsible because really they don't care. They'll put on their caring face. They'll act like they care. They'll be nice. They'll smile. They'll give you a cup of tea. But when you tell them about the largest crime against humanity in human history that is killing people, that is causing heart attacks and strokes and aneurysms and cancer and countless other diseases, they will not lift a finger. I don't want to know it's uncomfortable. I want comfort, not truth. And that is what separates people. And that's why I believe Christ said, I don't come to bring people together. He said the first time he came, I came to divide. I am going to separate. And that's why I said earlier, I said this world is a filter. The Catholic Church is trying to bring all the religions together. And at first glance, it seems like such a wonderful, noble cause. But what Christ wants to do is say, I'm separating the sheep from the goats. I'm separating those who care from who do not care. I'm separating the wheat, the usable part of the wheat plant, from the chaff, from the waste product that has no value. Why? I spit you out of my mouth. I reject you from my body, not because you're hot or cold, but because you are lukewarm. You don't care. That is the evil of not caring. That is the difference between paradise and planet Earth. The difference between those who care and those who don't care. And why do they not? How do they implement? How do they protect themselves from responsibility? How do they protect themselves from having to care, having to lift a finger, do something that's uncomfortable? They remain willfully ignorant. That is one of the signs of not caring. And I know for those few people who are watching now who tried to wake people up who don't want to be woken up, you've been shocked. I was shocked 20 years ago when I first tried to wake people up to government corruption, and I thought everybody was like me. You know, I was all, wide-eyed, saying, oh, if they just know, education is the key, if we just show them. And I had a lecturer at my house who was the head of the political party that I was working with, and he was one of the most intelligent, genius, best speakers I have ever known. And he gave a presentation that was so good and so powerful, and it was warm and friendly even. He didn't holler, and he gave you documentation, and he showed you step by step so that you could not deny. There was nothing you could do because he showed you the chain of custody, the documentation from one step to another, that the United States is under at least 3 states of emergency, and that every president who steps into the office, their first act is to renew the state of emergency so that they can retain their emergency powers, so that at such a time as this, they can write executive orders which are not constitutional, which should never be allowed. That the building of an executive branch of government that is an orders of magnitude larger than the other branches should never exist. Which is why the presidential candidate for that party was the first and only head of a State Department who went to the president and recommended that his department be shut down and that his own job be eliminated because it was a complete waste and it was unconstitutional. That was Howard Phillips, by the way. I met him in Orlando. That's what happens when people won't come to the next lecture because they don't care. They don't want to know because they don't want responsibility because they don't care. And that's why I have trouble breathing. I have to take herbs all day long, which is fine. I have to do what I have to do. I have chronic pain that I mitigate with supplements so I can be functional and live my life surrounded by people who don't care. Even though their lifespan has been shortened, their children are suffering, their animals are suffering, the food chain of the earth is suffering, their trees are dying, the insects are dead. aquatic life is dying. The weather has been manipulated. They don't want to know. They would rather feed their emotions than to face difficult truths. And that is why the world is the way it is. And that is why Christ came to divide, because it is a filter between those who care and those who don't. Because those who care about truth will eventually find it. That's exactly why Christ said, "Seek and ye shall find." If you really care, you will look. And when you look, you will find. And when you find it, you will find the pearl of great price, so to speak, as it's called in one of the parables. You will find truth. And the truth will set you free. And what you're going to be set free from is fear, pain. For in Revelation he says, let me see if I can find it, in fact. He will wipe every tear from their eyes. There shall be no more pain. There shall be no more sorrow. But yet, right now, you and I are still in the filter, and we have to decide what we're going to do. All the world is a stage. You're being watched. In one passage, Christ said, not to offend the children, for even their angels see the face of God. We are on stage right now. What are we going to do while we're on this stage? Are we going to care? Or are we going to serve ourselves? Are we going to serve other people or serve ourselves? Are we going to serve the truth or are we going to serve ourselves? And I suspect people that listen to this show listen because they care, because they want knowledge, because they're brave enough to face difficult truths. So here we are. I told you about this. The fourth word in the book of Genesis, untranslated because it is the word. I'll show you one more time here. Aleph Tav. Let's look at that real quick, and then I will finish up here because I know it's really late. There it is in parentheses. Hebrew 5:853. There it is, Aleph Tav in blue. In fact, you can see the two letters. Let me zoom way in and see if you can see it here. See the blue letters? Those are two letters sitting next to each other, Aleph Tav. If you look in the interlinear Bible, which is actually the Hebrew of the Bible written out, which I have the whole Bible written out in Hebrew. You can see that letter, the pair of letters sitting there. That's the first and last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. It's the fourth occurring letter in the Bible. The number 4 refers to the creative works of Christ in the world. The number 4 always relates to that. And that's why you have it as the fourth word. In the beginning, the consummation of all time began. Number 1. The second word, created. They're out of order here. If you look in the Hebrew, they're actually in this order. Created. Created is the dividing. There's a lot of the occult looks at the universe as pantheism, pantheistic, meaning that God is in all things. But that is not true. God created the universe apart from himself. It was a separation. It's a creation, but not in him. It is separate from himself. Now he is higher dimensionality, I believe, meaning that this is hard for people to imagine. I don't know if I'll get into explaining it, but it's kind of like if you were a two-dimensional being, meaning you were a stick figure on a piece of paper, I could come along and poke my finger through your two-dimensional universe. And from your perspective, I would look like a little line that just appeared in the middle of space and got bigger and bigger, and then collapsed as my finger pulled out. If you're a fourth dimensional being looking at a three-dimensional universe, then you could appear at any point in space. You would start as a dot, and you could manifest yourself, and then you could disappear. And you're simply moving through that dimension. But from the third dimension point of view, you look like a dot that came out of nowhere. It looks like magic. And now that we understand string theory and higher physics today, these things begin to make a lot more sense. So we just saw Aleph Tav in the book of Genesis, fourth word in the Bible, first and last letter of the Hebrew alphabet, untranslated. Now let's go to Revelation, chapter 22, the last chapter. What does he say? Actually, I'm not going to go to 22. I'm going to go to Revelation 22:13. I, meaning Christ, am the Alpha and Omega. Alpha is the first letter of the Greek alphabet. Omega is the last. By the way, have you seen the chemtrail jet crash? It has Omega sign on the tail. I don't know if you've seen that before. Well, it's late. I guess I won't show it to you unless you want to see it. But I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. So he's telling you right there. That's what that stands for. Beginning, Alpha, first letter. Omega, last letter. The first and the last. He makes it very clear. 3 examples. Beginning and end, first and the last. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. The difference between the work of Christianity and all the other religions that were created by e pluribus unum, by the one that counterfeits. The difference is the counterfeiter gives you the tree of knowledge. Christ gives you the tree of life. And it makes perfect sense, because remember what I told you about occult knowledge. What are they giving you? Knowledge. The problem is that knowledge does not give you life. You don't receive the knowledge until you first pass the filter of morality, which comes through faith in Christ. Once you have the morality to handle the knowledge with wisdom, with morality, you don't want to give power to someone who's immoral. But that's exactly what the channelers did. It's exactly what Aleister Crowley did. That's exactly what Helena Blavatsky did. That's what Annie Besant did. That's exactly what all of the occultists do, is that power goes to those who lust for power, and then they lord it over you and they corrupt the earth. And that's exactly what has happened. So the occult gives you the tree of knowledge. But Christ gives you of the tree of life. That's the difference. And those who understand this will begin to see the big picture. There's a difference. And those who take of the tree of knowledge resent those who take of the tree of life. Remember in Genesis, I don't know, it should ring a bell for those who know something about the story of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But I'll show it to you just as evidence here. And then I'll close for the night. Thank you for those who hang in with me. I know everybody else had to go to bed, and that's just fine. But it's nice to have a few people that hang around and listen. Hopefully this will be helpful to those who really want knowledge. Here it is. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed, and out of the ground the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant in the sight and good for food, the tree of life, there's the tree of life, also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. How interesting. There's your choice, life or knowledge. Love, communion with God, or power for your self-promotion, which is exactly what the Bible says in that Lucifer did. He promoted. The word that's translated in the Old English is he did much traffic, but that word really means to merchandise yourself. You're promoting yourself, self-promotion. And that's exactly what's going on today with Saturday morning cartoons, with the occult information that's being given to us. All this knowledge is being promoted to us as the way to a better life, a way to ascend. So here's your choice right in the beginning of Genesis, the first book in the Bible. There's life and there's knowledge. Nothing wrong with knowledge for those who know how to handle it. But the problem is if you don't have morality, you can't handle it. But this knowledge was given, violating God's commandments, when those who channel, because those beings, those demonic beings who channel, are forbidden to have contact with men for this very reason, because they give them knowledge, and then men go on and make bombs, and they use that power to hurt other men. So that's the message. What are we going to choose? Are you going to choose life or knowledge? The only thing you take with you when you pass from this earth are your works. You're not saved by your works, but your works do follow you, as Scripture says. So there's one thing you'll take with you. Now, your works come from your faith. This is one thing why there's so much deception and disinformation. You understand how the powers that be try constantly to deceive people. They try to get you to believe that those are just harmless contrails. Why? Because when you believe something, it profoundly affects your behavior. And when you can profoundly affect someone's behavior, you're controlling them. And if you can control them, you can become rich. You are powerful. And through that power, you become rich. So by controlling knowledge, and by feeding false knowledge in this case, and that's the problem with the occult, is that there's a whole lot of great, beautiful knowledge and sacred geometry and stuff that fascinates you. But the lie is that that's going to bring you life. But it will not bring you life. It just dazzles you. It's merchandising. It's trafficking. It's trying to get you believe the lie, get you to believe something that dazzles you and amazes you. And if you fall for that because you're emotional, because you're not using your head, but you're being seduced because it feels good, it amazes you, and it makes you feel good. It's easier to sell the idea to the public that you're wonderful and you're a creator and you're divine than it is that you have a problem, that you have imperfection that needs to be changed, cleansed, that needs to be fixed before you can be in the presence of the Creator. It's easier to sell, but that's what they do through much of their merchandising. Again, nothing wrong with knowledge as long as it's in the hands of the moral. But we live in a world where it has been given intentionally into the hands of the immoral by the channelers through the demonic entities. And that's why Scripture calls it the doctrines of demons. It is a belief system. And so believe, this will be my final thought tonight. Faith controls everything you do. if you believed that that building was going to collapse, if you went into it, you would not go into it. Your behavior would change based on what you believe. I gave this example a long time ago about, this is a true story. A man was in the bank. A robber came in and held a gun to his head. Give me your money. He reached in, started giving him his money. Why? Why would you do that? Because he believed that was a gun to his head, and he believed the guy might use it. So you better obey the guy. Well, the guy who had the gun to his head realized by the feel and the clunking sound of the gun that was to his head that it was a plastic play gun. It wasn't a real gun. So he punched the guy and held him down on the floor until the police came. What happened is his belief changed in the middle of that event, and therefore his behavior changed. And he was victorious. He didn't lose any money, and he was a hero because his belief changed. Tony Robbins, everybody, a lot of, self-help guru, once said, "What would you do with your life if you knew that whatever you chose to do would succeed?" Do you know that if 3% of the population got together and was active in opposing the spraying program, that within 3 months, I believe, within 3 months it would be stopped? The publicity, the pressure would be too much, and it would be stopped. It would have to be halted. We couldn't fail with just 3% of the population. This has been scientifically shown, and I learned this back in the political party days. This is what they went for. We need 3% of the population, and we can fix the problems of this country. And they proved it to me. They showed me how it works. And I was like, wow, okay. I want to help. I want to improve this country. I love this country. I love the people in it. I want to do something good. I want to get out the corruption. We would not fail. And if people believe that, but we're constantly fed the lies that you can't fight City Hall. 2 things are imminent in life: death and taxes. And on the lies go. Those are just contrails. They're not chemtrails. And if your children grow up believing those are contrails, they're never going to suspect that that is what's killing them and making them sick. In the very same way that dentists in this country believed for years and years, and many of them still do, that those amalgam fillings in their teeth that contain mercury do not off-gas mercury. That was the lie the American Dental Association used to tell the dentist, that mercury does not escape. It is tightly bound and doesn't get out of the alloy. Well, we know scientifically now that's not true. But because the dentists believed it, they went ahead and used it. And you never suspected that that was what caused your arthritis, your migraines, your depression, your panic attacks, your insomnia, your arthritis, your muscle pain, your inflammation, your heartburn, your acne, your autoimmune diseases, your balding, your oily skin, your high cholesterol, your cancer, and on and on and on. You never suspected the very thing that was right in your face. And in the same way, if your children grow up believing that those lines in the sky are harmless condensation, they'll never suspect that thing that is in plain sight above them every day is the very thing that is making them sick. Thank you all for sticking around and listening. I really admire and have very deep gratitude towards those who are willing to fight this fight against the largest crime against humanity in human history, the second biggest issue that we'll ever face in our lives, I think, or at least that we face right now in the world. There's only one issue bigger, which is what I talked about quite a bit tonight. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. Thank you for sticking around, and I hope that this audio, which will be posted later tonight or tomorrow, will benefit those who are looking for spiritual truth, who have wondered why they're empty. I've shared in past programs about my testimony, about how I prayed and God answered my prayers directly, indisputably, without mistake, when I really prayed from the bottom of my soul and my desperation. And the ironic thing is my desperation was caused by amalgam fillings. My depression was caused by amalgam fillings, because when they came out, it was gone in 24 hours and never came back. So thank you all for the work that we do, that you do. I have so much gratitude for all of you. I hope to see you next week. Please tell your friends. Please bring some good conversation. Anything you want to talk about, call in. Because we live in a world that is about to undergo profound changes. And my greatest joy in life, besides living under the protective wings of God Himself, is to help others find that peace in their lives, so that you don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be in turmoil, and that you can live your life realizing what Paul said was true, that this life is but a vapor. In the timeline of eternity, your life comes and goes so quickly. But we have the chance now to make it good, to make it right, and to make the right decision. A decision we will never regret. And we all do this individually. And I hope that these words, as poorly spoken as they are, as tired as I am, will help people in one way or another. So thank you all. We'll see you next week.